I got my mind made up. My mind. I got my mind made up. My mind. I got my eye on the escape. Smoke against the water now. Rehabilitation, spitting all your poison out. And if I'm being honest, it's like I'm shedding my skin. And I feel so light. I got my mind made up. My mind. I got my mind made up. I got my mind made up. The embers they fall on your parade. You're bright as a vapor with no trace.
How close to the sun can a man fly before he gets burned? I guess you know, honey, I guess I know. And I never meant to bring you down, make you cry, but I guess I did. And honey, and I don't know why. just glowing, glowing, soaking up the starlight. I wanna know you. Can we be shadows in the dark tonight? Glowing, glowing, soaking up the starlight. Oh, 'cause I wanna know you. I wanna know you. If you leave me to my own device, I never have to compromise. The city is like a jungle, gotta make it mine. Put my fears right out of sight. Beat the hustle, better get it right. In a game where the strong survive. Only the strong survive. Your chains will not hold me down. The break and fall to the ground. Can't tame these lions inside. The power is raining like thunder, ready for a fight. These lions inside. These lions inside. These lions inside. These lions inside. I had to learn to be the hero. I started on a heaven zero. In a city like a jungle, I had to get mine. Never give, you gotta take. Be the catapult to storm the gates. 'Cause the champion is never giving in. See you through till the end of days. Till the end of days. Your chains will not hold me down. Break and fall to the ground. Can't tame these lions inside. The power is raining like thunder, ready for a fight. These lions inside. These lions inside. Can't tame these lions inside. Can't tame these lions inside. The ground that they're walking ain't cutting through their skin. They're hunting down their prey to the bitter end. The ground that they're walking ain't cutting through their skin. They're hunting down their prey to the bitter end. The ground that they're walking ain't cutting through their skin. They're hunting down their prey. Let the games begin. Your chains will not hold me down. Break and fall to the ground. Can't tame these lions inside. The power is raining like thunder, ready for a fight. These lions inside. These lions inside. Can't tame these lions inside. Can't tame these lions inside. This ground that they're walking ain't cutting through their skin. They're hunting down their prey through the bitter end. The ground that they're walking ain't cutting through their skin. They're hunting down their prey. Let the games begin.
Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live.
Hey!
2022 Hot Sticks GSL SuperTournament, Season 1.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the final day of the GSL SuperTournament. We're going to go through the round of 4, of course, all the way into the finals. It's been an amazing SuperTournament so far. We've got a couple possible finals that could be coming here. Maru Dark, the most likely one. What are you doing, Artos?
Normally you look smudged. I'm sorry.
I know. That's right. I'm glad that divider's down.
No, go ahead.
Artosis has just received his booster yesterday. You said you're feeling a little bit tired. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sore, too.
I know. I hope you can make it through this cast.
I know. Yeah.
Artosis.
It's like I went to the gym without going to the gym. You should try it. It's amazing.
Artosis believes in the vaccine, but still thinks the world is flat. I can't figure it out. Anyways, this finals that we could have here could be a match we've seen so many times before here, Maru Dark, but there's a chance of some upsets for sure.
Yeah, yeah. Actually, they've never played Tasteless. Imagine. I should have built that up actually and sold that to you, like trying to really
over
trick
time,
you.
Really. And you wouldn't believe these guys have never actually crossed paths in a tournament before.
That would be completely impossible. But yeah, the tournament's been really good so far. A lot of 3-0s overall.
A surprising number of 3-0s, and not just like stomps from one side where we thought that that was the obvious outcome. A lot of 3-0 upsets in the Super Tournament. I think more than we've had in any Super Tournament in the past.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. It's been kind of wild, but our top 4 is actually really, really awesome. It's so good at Zoun back in good shape. He looked really weaker in the last couple tournaments compared to the few turns he played before that.
Right.
So he's looking very strong again. Obviously, Maru a killer, Dark a killer as always. And Zest has been very strong for like a year right now. So it's a good lineup. This is a great round of 4. We got all 3 races and 2 Protoss, exactly how it should be.
The golden ratio is here.
Protoss, Zerg, Terran. No, Protoss, Dark or Rogue, Maru. That's
usually more
a perfect round of 4 right there.
Yeah, we have a couple Protosses overshadowed by the guys that win basically everything.
Yeah.
Now, I think Zest is maybe the least likely to be advancing to the finals. I think Zoun does have a real shot. He's looking very modern, very good.
Yeah.
Zest is...
you call him Jest?
I don't say that in jest, but Zest, he's using a lot of the style that he's had in the past, but he's had some really rocky games.
It's weird, isn't it? Like some of his decision making seemed really off. Some of his micro was not amazing. But overall, I think strategically, the overall build order choices, the build orders themselves, a lot of the broad strokes were really fantastic. So it was a very different Zest. It didn't look quite right, though. You're right. It was like a little off against Buddy.
Yeah, and people have off days where their control is not spot on. I think if he's made whatever adjustments he needs to make and is in better, mental shape right now, he could be in good, at least in shape enough to make Maru work for the win.
Yeah.
But again, I think it's hard to imagine Maru not coming out on top here against Zest. Maru is very immune to all sorts of pressure builds and timings. He doesn't really seem to lose like that almost ever.
Well, Maru's just the best, man. He is in such good shape as well. I think he's a favorite for basically everything right now, especially with Rogue out. So yeah, I definitely look towards him. But honestly, if Zest just cleans up what he was doing against Bunny, there is the possibility we see Zest beat Maru. Zest can't, he's the only guy that ever beat Rogue in a best of 7.
True.
He can do anything.
We got to see what kind of range of play Zest is going to bring in here. And Maru is well known to be sometimes very passive, but other times extremely aggro, proxying quite a bit. We're going to jump right into the first match here. It's going to be on a hard wire. Zest vs. Maru in this best of 5 to get to the GSL SuperTournament Finals.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest.
Oh, applause in the audience.
Oh my God, there's an audience.
There's an audience here.
No, it's pretty awesome.
Team NV.
I would say it's packed, but it's pretty spread out as well. But all the seats are taken.
It's as packed as can legally be. We've got to have the seats spaced out. Yeah, I mean, welcome to the studio. Those of you, the English listeners. We haven't had an audience in here in, I want to say, somewhere in the middle of last year. So maybe in 8 months, 9 months, something like that.
Oh, I think it was a little bit more recent than that. Like, didn't the last GSL Finals we had an audience or no? Or maybe it was the one before that?
I think it was the one before that.
Okay.
I could be confused.
Right.
But it's good to kind of see stuff slowly coming back to normal here. So very hyped to have an audience here, and I think you guys are going to be in for a real treat. I mean, with Super Tournament on the last day, you're going to get so many good games.
Yeah, and I think the finals is going to look really nice, whoever's in it.
For sure.
This is kind of the match where I'm not entirely sure, but I mean, Zest is pretty beastly when he plays well, so I'm hoping for that. The probe scouting a little bit. Everything looking pretty normal. Looks like a cybernetics core into Nexus for Zest. Maru, no quick scout or eBay block or anything like that. Going for a Marine immediately.
Yeah, these are very middle-of-the-road builds so far here. We don't see any clear direction that either player really wants to take the game into. We've got Maru trying to, block a little bit in case there would be a CC down there, but now the Marine's going to go and chase him away. CC made in the main, not wanting to waste any time at all.
He's being awfully careful, isn't he?
I was actually a bit surprised to see the CC not delayed and then put it the natural. We actually don't see Maru do that very often, but I guess this is him nodding to Zest's overall playstyle, knowing that a lot of what Zest does when he wins is really hinged on getting in there at a very specific point in time and doing an overwhelming amount of damage to either win the game or to cripple the opponent to the point where the closer is very easy. So I think him erring on the side of caution here, throwing the CC down in the main and dialing it back a little bit is definitely something we don't see Maru do that often, but yeah, a nod of respect for sure towards Zest.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that, but the pro was up there for long enough that it really looked like it was going to be a command center build, so it's not. And he put it kind of far back, so it's like semi-hidden. So I guess there's some question for Zest. But honestly, you look at early build orders, and you gotta give a slight nod to how Zest is doing in this game. I mean, it's not game-ending or anything, obviously, but he just has slowed Maru down slightly, which is these are the types of edges that you're going to need to gain throughout the game against Maru.
There's also a way to approach a series like a best of 5, best of 7 by being very conservative and basically putting out feelers, seeing, okay, like how aggressive are they going to be? What do the first couple strategies look like? Do they look like desperate plays, or are they very unusual? Or are both players going to play pretty standard, pretty conservative, and kind of see where the other side's at? And right now, that seems to be the case for both these players.
Yeah, now the Adept shades under the command center, sees that. Oracle going across the map, and he is going into Twilight and 3 gateways from there. This is a wonderful scout.
Oh, almost lost the mine. That would have been a pretty unusual snipe. Normally it's the other way around for and actually gets that mine. And this is actually quite bad here for Maru. Yeah. Keep in mind, one of those mines is probably 5 HP or under away from being killed. It could be one-shotted. So Zest winning on a couple different levels here. The obvious one is the kills on the SCV, but to take out one mine, hold on.
Okay, that's a great move from Maru. But this was still net good for Zest, I think.
Right.
4 SCVs, a mine, dealing damage to another one. That's pretty awesome.
But big brain play there from Maru to kind of take this opportunity and say, all right, obviously the Oracle is going to head back, so let me set up a trap and kill it off. And I think that's the best that Maru could do in this given situation. I mean, you have to consider the fact that basically there's no way a Widow Mine drop is going to work with one injured mine and then one other mine. The whole reason why you have 3 is it's enough collateral that you're throwing out there that the Protoss has to really work to take it out.
Totally.
So good play there.
Yeah, really, really nice. Pairs those up right away. Did you see how many SCVs he pulled to repair that mine tasteless? He was repairing with like 7 SCVs. It's too bad that Zest hadn't followed up with Phoenix and lifted it in the air so he could have repaired it with 8 SCVs. But you do what you can with what you have. Yeah.
Forge coming down, by the way. And even a pylon over here near the 4th base. We have a 3rd on the way here. He hasn't made a 4th yet, but if he's going to take one, it will probably be down here hugging the bottom. But Maru's moving out, and it's a bit of a ragtag army here from Maru, to be totally honest. We have a medevac that's over here kind of as a distraction, like a decoy, but it's just Marines and a tank. Now, attacks like this can throw a Protoss off, but it can be a bit of a double-edged sword. The reason why we don't normally see just Marines and tanks and no medevacs moving out together is because if you start to lose the fight, you lose everything. Oh, man, 8 kills. Hold on, Maru's set up over here. Now, is this enough?
Oh, I think this is breakable for sure.
Yeah.
But that mine drop was fantastic. He killed the Liberator before it got any damage in the main base. Blinks forward immediately onto the tank. He will be able to kill that off. Stands right on top of the Marines.
Yeah, probably
I feel like he
should
could have
spread
microed
out
slightly more than that. But
Oh, I totally agree. I think he had an opportunity to kite a little bit more. Interestingly enough, it's almost like the Marines and the tank were the decoy in that case, and the Widow Mine drop was really the attack that was intended to deal all the damage. I think this is the new home of the medevac here in the bottom left corner of the map.
Phoenix being made to clean that out, so that's a smart move. Maru continuing to macro up over here. You see he's making that third CC at his natural. Oh, the Stalker's going to come up and poke that a little bit, slow that down, so that's all right. But yeah, I mean, even after that, you can see Zest is still up like 8 workers, right? He's still got good tech. He's got that forge going and everything, charge on the way, Templar Archives, Robo.
Execution style here.
Execution.
Any final words?
Oh. It's like, is that what we're calling the build Zest? Oh, it's the Phoenix, yeah. Yeah, he didn't even try to get that back.
Yeah, I thought he might try to just boost it up into the main and maybe drop something. So
at some point, some of those actions become a bit useless, right?
It's better to just forget about it and go on to the next thing. By the way, the push timing should be set up here for Maru. All his necessary upgrades are about to finish. He is having this huge explosion in production and growth, but it is like many of the modern TVPs that we've seen before, it is 2 base versus 3 base. The burden is really on the Terran to try to curb the growth of the Protoss, if not end it entirely.
But honestly, like, even though some things have gone poorly for Zest, I think he's putting out like a really strong game. He's about to be on 10-gate charge. He's adding some High Templars, getting ready for that Storm, and that's going to be ready before Maru can actually hit him. Now, I think Maru can take his third, and it's not like he's gonna lose it right away or something like that. But yeah, I gotta say, I think that Zest is still in a good spot here. I think he's putting out a wonderful game, but one thing I do want to point out is that nice Ghost Academy that we see from Maru.
Yeah.
Getting that before the Storm is done, so important. Only a few Terrans seem to do that.
Well, it seems like if you don't get that tech, you have nothing to engage with in the end game here. But I thought actually, and I was saying earlier in the cast, Maru's going to push out an attack now. I was wrong. He's actually dialing it back and taking a third and playing a pretty patient game, which is going to allow Zest to take a fourth. And by the way, a kind of funny location, the spot he's expanded to.
But that might be a little bit more defendable for him, honestly.
It could be. It's almost as if this is a buffer base for the base below it, if that makes sense. Even though it looks like a funny spot on the map, I suppose there's actually some pretty good ideas at play here. If you're to take the very bottom right, I think you're going to get pulled apart with drops in your main or pushes down there. Now, Storm drops come in over here. Not as many kills as I think you might expect. It takes out 6 SCVs total.
Oh, nice feedback there. And I think you got to recall this. You don't want to lose this.
Well, absolutely not. You need to bring this back home.
Oh my God, it's scary. It's scary. All right, second Robo, as well as that Colossus tech on the way. Throwing out an Immortal as well. A lot of charge lots being made. That fourth base is up for Zest now as well. I gotta say, like, nothing seems off for Zest. Maru's like 3-pronged attack did get some damage, but overall this just looks really solid. He's getting, like, his second form of splash is making right now, and that's where Protoss becomes very difficult to kill.
It's when the splash from Protoss all combines together to where, Terran is absorbing damage in such a way that it's very tough to recover from. The center of the map's been opened up now, and it looks like actually Zest is going to come in here, and this is a puny army in comparison. Takes out the medevacs as well as everything else we see. Tries to go for the Warp Prism, but Maru fails in that attempt, as this is just going to be an army that will attempt to trample over the position that Maru has over here in the north.
Well, the Zealots couldn't have been less efficient there, so maybe he ends up holding. Some nice storms go down. The auto turret's coming out to help out as well.
Well, he's taken out the tanks, and more Zealots have filled in this position. I think Maru may have been a little bit too conservative and had now lost any earlier opportunities to try to damage Zest. He's going to push it up here to the top 12 o'clock base. We have some Marauders and Marines on the side coming in. If Maru's going to survive, he needs to do it right now, but more Zealots coming from the bottom, wiping out this force on the right. I think that's GG.
Yeah, that's too much damage. No one comes back from this. GG.
Damn,
beautifully done game from Zest. Like, even losing those probes, the Widowmine drop, like, he held everything else well enough. And the thing is, his build was completely badass. Like, you know, he slowed that command center a little bit, went into Oracle, you know, quick blink there with a quick third base, and just, he nailed it, man. He macroed really well. His micro was good enough. And yeah, that was a superbly played game out of Zest. And it didn't feel like Maru played poorly in particular, right?
No, I think Maru played pretty well, but you know, when that initial group of the 2 medevac units worth of Maru stuff were picked off immediately, you know, it really leaves an opening here for Zest to actually come across the map. But, you know, we've talked about this matchup in general. Sometimes it does seem like Terran needs to end the Protoss before the Protoss can really get started in the late game.
Yeah.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Team NV, Maru.
Okay, so one thing about Zest and winning that last game that it's kind of cool to see is, like, that was actually a pretty conservative Zest back there. I mean, he's showing a bit of a wider range of play. And he's also looking a lot cleaner than he did in the round of 8.
Yeah, his decision-making was much better. His micro was a bit stronger as well. But yeah, it was a very Zest build. Like, he got away with the skimpiest of skimp the whole time and expanded his economy really quickly and macroed up super fast, like went up to 10 gates. His Stalkers, like, even if Maru made a beeline to him, his Stalkers bought him exactly enough time in that type of situation, even though Maru didn't do that he would have had an additional 10 charge lots when Maru got there. So it was like, it was beautifully put together from Zest. That was some scary PvT.
It really was.
That's like, there's no, like, really clear weak spot in there.
And I want to really really hit home with this in talking about what Zest did back there, because I think a lot of times when people think about a StarCraft game, they think about, like, okay, so what's your strategy? What are you going for? What is, you know, you try to hit him here with this timing, or you fake him out and then you do this.
Yeah.
But there really is an art form to just cutting corners and, you know, and not even really doing that much other than kind of defending well and outgrowing them. It's a very frustrating way to play against.
Yes, well, that's like the hallmark of the best players. Yeah, is that they can get away with that. Like, anyone can take a risk and flip a coin, but when you see a player that does what Zest just did very well, that's so intimidating, because you got to bring something really special to beat them, or do what they're doing as well as they're doing it, and that's pro gamer moves right there.
It really is. Like, when you're playing against somebody and, like, everything you try just kind of fails barely because they're doing such a good job at being in the right position at the right time, at you know, never overdoing it with making units. They have always got a base right when you check for it. It's really the sign of a good player. So it's kind of incredible to see that Maru actually loses to Zest on that front. I mean, Maru is you know, obviously known for probably the widest range of Terran play that we have. Yeah. You know, everything from proxying, you know, barracks several games in a row to going toe-to-toe with the best macro Zergs in a split map situation and winning. But to see Zest basically just hang with Maru and then outpace him and then eventually lap him is pretty crazy.
And, you know, Maru, he's going to have to do a little bit better this time. He does open up with Reactor, 2 Hellions into some mines. Medevac on the way as he floats the command center down. So semi-similar opening, but obviously with the Reactor factory instead. Now, ooh, that's already placed. Is the Oracle going to fly right over that? Is he going to Gumi-ho the hell out of this Oracle?
Let's see. People don't do this as much anymore. Okay. Oh man.
Okay, he sees 2 mines, so he knows that's what there is. So once again, the Oracle will do some reasonable damage.
Not the best control. They're kind of splitting damage across a couple SCVs. But, you know, this is already more damage than the last Oracle did in the previous game. Maru even a little bit lackluster here with
dude, that's insane damage.
keeping up. I mean, 8 SCV kills early on is basically unheard of against Maru. Now, that said and done, there's a medevac coming in here with 2 Hellions. It's full of Widow Mines, but this Phoenix interception is insane. Dude, are we about to see Zest like 2-0?
3-0 Taces.
3-0 Maru. Just won another one of the biggest upsets yet.
Yeah,
this is
it
crazy.
does look that way.
So we've seen Maru in, frankly, one of the rare occurrences in any GSL tournament ever. We've seen Maru lose on 2 major fronts in under 5 minutes.
Yeah.
8 ACVs lost back at home. Medevac with Hellions and Widowmine drops shut down, and a lot of those units hemorrhaged in that process for Maru as well. So if, you know, the last game Zest made look pretty easy, this game should be a cakewalk.
Yeah, you're definitely right about that. This is a terribly hard situation here for Maru. I noticed that he has 4 mines. This could turn into one of those games where I guess. Oh no, he's still making. Hold on, let's see if he starts 2 more mines. Because the one thing, okay, he floats it over. So I was going to say, you know, there is that one Maru move that only he seems to be able to pull off, where you end up making like 30 mines and you lose all of them and 5 medevacs, but eventually you kill all the probes, you know?
Yeah, it's like by the time the 4th drop comes in, you're like, now it paid for itself, you know?
Yeah. But no, it doesn't look like that's going to be the case. I don't know what Maru's supposed to do to come back from here, because look at this. The 3rd Nexus is going to be finishing. Zest is up 18 workers right now. And he's going up to 10 gates. It's like the same exact build as that previous game.
Yeah, well, I mean, Zest may be able to just come in and garbage compact Maru here. With the amount of units he's going to have, the fact that Maru invested mostly in these technical units like Widow Mines that really you know, need to build momentum in the harass to then, like you were saying later on, maybe they pay off. The fact that he was shut down on that many fronts, I'm not sure what the play is for Maru. I mean, he might want to try to sit on 2 bases and just power up, but I think even then he's just going to have to take a 3rd later, and he'll be in the same situation, only worse from game 1.
Dude, Zest is next level. He's making proxy gates on both sides. Did you see that?
Yeah, you're
down
right.
At 6 in the top right.
I was looking at you when we were talking. I only noticed the one at the top right. That's actually pretty crazy.
We never see that.
Now, frankly, this is something we should just see more often. If everybody continues to train and improve, this only makes sense. It's kind of like when we saw the 2nd Nidus Worm.
Yes,
and it's
that's
like,
what I was thinking too.
Yeah, obviously, there's no reason to just get 1 Nidus Worm. There's no rule. It's not like a Warcraft 3 hero where you can only have 1 of them. So why wouldn't you make 2 or even 3 Nidus Worms and hit multiple locations? It's like, what is the cost of this? 250 minerals? Yeah, just put another one over there, and you've got another launching pad for attacks. And there really is no safe 2nd base location and no way to not be counterattacked in this position.
And don't forget, a lot of times if you hold off like an attack or whatever, and then you clear the proxy gate, you feel like you can move forward. But then there's another one!
That's right. A 4th base, by the way, for Zest. The walls are closing in here on Maru.
Yeah.
In a GSL Super Tournament that's had more 3-0s than any Super Tournament before it, and many upset 3-0s, this one might still be the biggest upset. I mean, if we get to 2-0 and then 3-0 after this, and Zest moves on, I don't even know what to say, man.
Pretty wild. Those Phoenixes definitely have not done the greatest job. Oh, he's going to keep... Well, I mean,
weirdly enough, I think it's fine for Protoss because the Zealots can just kind of overwhelm this. Now, the control's actually very sloppy. He basically had a bunch of Zealots get sucked through into where the Marines were while everything else targeted the bunker. So that was about as fortunate of an exchange for Maru as is StarCraftily possible.
Yeah, yeah. That definitely was not perfect charges there.
It was very bad control by Zest.
It looked, the way that Zest attacked in, it looked like what SOS said about charge, where he's like, yeah, I don't know, you go and you hope for good connections on the charges.
Yeah.
Like, okay, well, we didn't get it that time, Zest. That's okay. We can try again. You have a big economy. It's all right.
Well, I mean, this really does leave a small opening here for Maru. He can comfortably take a third base. I think in a different set of parameters and how those units engage, it's possible that Zest had a really incredibly high amount of damage on Maru that might have made Maru stay back on 2 base for a little bit longer, ultimately leading to an end of the game. If not then, maybe a little bit later on. But you know, Maru is able to come up for air, getting that third base, making him, you know, his whole comp a little bit more valuable, making growth a little bit more of a possibility. But again, this is still a clear advantage for Zest.
Yeah, he's still ahead. He has double Robo Colossus going. His Stalker's kind of patrolling the sides. He does have those 4 bases up, so still has a slight economic advantage as well. Look at this. As everything goes over towards those Stalkers, he does attack in here, but honestly, that setup for Maru is so good. That's like, we gotta give some credit where credit's due right there. Like, the far back placement of the siege tank as well as a couple mines there, it was just enough that Zest was like, oh, we can't really do this. So very nice setup. Some of those defensive positions, like, it's hard to figure it out. Like,
there's like a way you could chain the location of the Widow Mines and the tanks, and even having the CC there, that it sort of messes with the toggling of each of the AIs and the Zealots charging in to make it inefficient as they try to move in. Now, he's going to try to force a fight over here. And again, we're kind of having split attention as far as the Protoss army goes. Some things attacking the command center producing, others attacking the army here. But he's pushed now through the natural, is going to come on top of the tank and kill that off as well. And I think this game is over. And we're going to see Zest now 2-0 Maru. I cannot believe these results. This Super Tournament just keeps getting crazier and crazier.
Yeah, that was a very impressive game once again from Zest. And Maru, like, I came into today thinking Maru was going to really crush Zest, that this might be our most one-sided match, but Zest right now looking much better than he did against Bunny, honestly, and he looked pretty darn good in the first couple games against Bunny as well.
I mean, it's weird to see Maru get wrecked so badly, like in games like that, you know?
Yeah.
I think we can chalk that one up to 2 very extreme situations early on. The SCVs killed, numbering 8 from 1 Oracle.
Yeah.
The Phoenixes intercepting the first medevac with Widow Mines going across the map. I mean, that is an incredibly crippling blow. Now, if anybody can come back 3 games in a row, it's Maru. But I got to say, man, Zest is looking better than ever. And honestly, I don't want to say like improving his style, almost reinventing his style in the series.
Yeah, and like, he actually did a very interesting change on the build order. I'll talk about that in a second, though, because we are about to get in there. Let's do it. Glittering Ashes. Get your ashes ready. Get your urns ready.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Team NV, Maru.
So one thing I want to mention there, right? Like, the previous game, it was like Oracle directly into Blink. This game, it was Oracle into some Phoenixes. So Maru may have looked at that and said, oh, this is the same build as before. So he flies directly through the middle of the map, and the Phoenixes just went out and caught him. Because, like, generally with Stalkers, you won't stand them out front in the middle. You'll stand them on the edges near the mineral lines, right, to stop Widow Mine drops that you know are coming. So Maru went through the middle, and the Phoenixes caught him. So it's, you know, we talk a lot about that really old match of Squirtle versus the Terran group, where you had like 5 different builds that all looked the same at the beginning. That was like a variation on that type of idea, right, where it looked exactly the same, but it actually was different, and that's what helped him to catch that.
Yeah, it's when one build can set up to complement the other one, and they both look like they both are starting from the same origin points, but then when it diverges, the setup is actually there.
And there's no way for Maru to tell that until he sees the Phoenixes, so cool game.
Yeah, so with that previous game fresh in his mind, he's then punished for it in game 2. This is crazy, man. 2-0 already here with Zest in the lead. I mean, I think we've been, going for like a half hour here. I kind of expected if this was going to be short, it would be Maru just smashing. So I'm very interested in seeing how the rest of the series goes. Now, unsurprisingly, we see Maru with a hidden barracks, kind of a Makarax put outside of his main. But the second rack's in his main, and then a bunker thrown down here. Now, a lot of times when you see stuff like this, it's intended to interfere with the direct pathing of workers that would mine at this location, but
And I mean, you always can throw a Reaper in it, stuff like that. It's annoying to deal with.
Right, and the fact that he can then send one across the map. What do you think about the close proximity hidden barracks here versus it being near the Protoss, it's near Maru?
Well, I think, there's mind games involved with that, so I don't mind it. Like, Maru does that quite often, and I think there's a big reason why he's doing it really often. Because then you can actually just make one right near your opponent and kill him, right? Yeah. Because everyone's going to be like, yeah, he does this all the time. But then suddenly it's something different.
And in the background of all this, the starport is about to finish. We do have Widow Mines making, and a modestly late command center is being planted here as well. But it looks like this should set up for a pretty good Widow Mine drop. And here comes the Hellion to come in. No block at the ramp. It slips through. No battery over here in the main.
A little bit greedy there from Maru.
Yeah, a bit much there. But again, the probes, they can't mine unless this bunker is eventually wiped out. And, it's not like you can just have these mine in the main, with how optimal workers mine in this game. They're just stuck sitting there idly. So finally, he's able to open this up.
That salvaged at the last possible second, by the way.
Oh, did he get it?
Yeah, he got the money back. Crazy. Really well done.
So he catches the Reapers, but to what effect, really? The Reapers don't really have much functionality past the first couple minutes of the game. And he sees the Widow Mines. Beat me to what I was going to say. Is the real story is, can he actually catch this?
Oh! I thought he was going to get it.
Yeah, this is this weird duel with these two units in the middle of the map.
Zest is like, oh, look at that taunt. That's a taunt. That's a taunt right there.
360s over there.
Dude. And then you saw he just flied right next to the Widow Mine and then walked away. Wow, I can't even speak. He flied next to Widow Mine and walked away.
He flied there with his air army, Artosis.
He's taunting, though, man. It's going to be like, you remember back in the old days, like people would walk their Blink Stalkers up and dance it next to your command center or something as you dead. That's what that was with the Oracle.
Or Genius just clicking them around like that.
Yeah.
So again, I mean, this game here for Maru, if he doesn't win it, he's out. I mean, almost as we barely even start the last day of Super Tournament, there's a chance that he gets eliminated here. So I mean, everything comes down to whether or not Maru can pull through with this game. He's had so-so success thus far in this game now. And we're getting back into a position that we've seen a couple times already with these two. One that Zest always seems to come out on top of. We've got Zest taking that third base, Maru powering up back on 2. Even the same tech decisions as far as the timing of the Blink, the Forge coming here as well for weapons and possibly cannons. The question is, what is Maru going to do differently that's going to allow him to actually crack the defenses of Zest and punish him before he gets out of control?
Well, honestly, just not taking massive damage in the early game is a great start for Maru, because that was a big part of those last couple games. When you're losing 4 SCVs, 8 SCVs, your harassment's not doing that much, and your opponent's getting a third base that quickly, that's rough. Now, we have a lot of gates being added, +1 on the way. Blink almost done. So there is some possibility we see Zest come over here and mix it up a bit. Well, this 4 Stalker's not going to fare that well against that.
Okay, a little bit of pressure comes out here from Maru. And with the gate over here at the right, this is a slight difference in how he's approaching this here. It looks like Zest wants to come in here a bit earlier and try to smush Maru.
Might be, yeah.
As he's going to try to, I think Maru's probably going to power up and once again take a third here. But this can actually, yeah, see, here we go. He's taking that.
On location third.
Yeah.
More can go wrong with that.
And, I mean, all the gates are about to finish. Charge is halfway out. Charge doesn't take that long to get us an upgrade.
Oh, that pickup.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Looks like he's going to back up a little bit here. Now, keep in mind that command center is being made on site. There's possibilities that you can come in there, kill the SCV, and kill the building that's just making, effectively knocking the Terran back to 2 bases and maybe making a late game situation a lot more impossible. And that's exactly what we have here. Force cancel takes the mine out. Kind of a funny force field.
And Maru cannot even get up there right now. Great force field to slow that, right?
Really going for Maru at the knees there, but now an attack comes in over here, and I don't think there's enough to actually fight this head on, but another warp and drives that back. The Zealots coming in the nick of time.
Yeah, they do eat those mine shots, but there's not enough here to stop that bioforce. That is for sure. Yeah, the rest of the Stalkers got recalled to the natural. It looks like they come down, but a little bit too late. Yeah. He cancels the third base of Maru, but pays for it.
Yeah, and now it's going to be 2 base to 2 base, and I think that Stalker Warpin was pretty cool taking that attack out of the natural, but then his army was too split up, and basically Maru's army keeps winning each fight individually against this fractured Protoss army. And this is now a huge lead for Maru. Now the command center is not destroyed yet, the medevac energy not that high anymore. If he could just get this Nexus and deny mining from this location, I think Maru is going to just catapult himself ahead.
Yeah, Maru is looking like he is so incredibly far ahead here. We don't, like, look at the production tab. Nothing against, like, everything in the whole world being made. Zest is super far behind. He does have an okay amount of Stalkers here, but what is he supposed to get done with that? His economy is smaller, his army is smaller, his tech is smaller. Looking like Maru is going to put his name on the board.
And, I mean, Maru, I think, really intelligently handled the situation. The moment he lost the third, he knew, okay, those Stalkers, they can't be everywhere at once. I think you might want to chill out a little bit here and just head back home and kind of progress a little bit further here because the supplies are starting to get kind of even.
Should Zest just all in?
Maybe.
It's just, he just so doesn't have anything. I'm not sure how you're supposed to come back here. Like, if he already had a Robo or something, maybe. Look at this, he's making 4 sentries.
I think an all-in from Zest is definitely not a terrible idea. He's thinned out some of the reinforcements back over there at the third. He still has that base, or not a base, like an outpost, I guess you could call it, a launching pad for attacks near the Terran's third. I think there's opportunities here, but Maru's created quite a bit of a threat over here outside the main. Now, is this actually enough sentries? I don't feel like this is quite enough for Protoss.
No, this is Zest not having any money, but having a lot of gas. Yeah. And it just, he's going to GG here, I think.
I think you're probably right. I think that
there's nothing left for him.
Yes, that's it. He kind of fizzles out there at the end. I think you're right with he has money, a little bit of money and a lot of gas.
Yeah. Well, he wanted to get into tech, and then he had to make nothing but charge lots and try to live, and then he lost a bunch of probes, so it's like all that together. Well, may as well warp in 4 sentries, but you're not gonna find any way to victory after that. Maru with an excellent counter there, right? That looked scary for a moment when Zest warped in all the Blink Stalkers, canceled the third. You look at that, you're like, oh, that's rough because Zest has a third, but Maru runs up, is able to kill that off, is able to basically kill the entire army. Beautifully done.
I love this camera shot with the trophy. Screen of the trophy in the background.
Yeah, and all the
production for that.
All the shiny lights on it almost doesn't even look real. It looks staged.
It looks staged. Yeah. This isn't actually an esports match. This is theater, man. Yeah. This is WWE right here. Which is also real. Sorry, everybody. What am I saying?
I can't believe no one's done that in esports yet. Like a completely fixed, staged.
A staged match where we just kind of have them do exaggerated strategies.
Yeah.
They come out with the mics. They're talking trash on each other.
Yeah.
You know,
Dragon Phoenix
And
Gaming, Zest.
If we made a new esport like that and like had like fake pro gamers like talking trash and like all that, I mean that would be really fun to watch. But the other thing that would be really cathartic for everyone that watches is for once they'd actually be better than the pro
Maru.
gamers instead of just thinking that they are.
I'm liking this. We know we already have like the proper fighting like UFC or boxing. You're right, but we need something like that. We
need something fake.
Gaming equivalent of exaggerated theatrical. Gamer battles. Yeah. Where it's like one guy sends 100 zealots and they get killed off, and the other guy sends like 200 Marines but they get killed off. And it's just, it's
those highlight videos. Oh my God, man! Absolutely, this is a great idea.
And then one guy gets up and drops the other guy through a folding table. They get back up and they keep macroing.
Imagine the interviews they could do.
Yeah.
Well, honestly, we basically had this back when Hydra was a pro gamer.
We could make them wear masks and capes, and there's a lot we could do here.
Like, did anyone ever believe that he actually left that game against the hallucinated voids? Guys.
Look at the opening, by the way. Mirroring a lot of what we saw in the last game. A barracks hidden, but not far away from Maru's starting location.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Okay, and going for a Reaper here. Double gas into the factory. That's just the very standard opener here. Cybernetics core into Nexus. And is Maru just going to go command center off this? Or are we going to see further tech?
I'm trying to think of how the early game in that last game went.
We got the Reapers into the bunker and just kind of slowed everything at the natural a little bit.
We did have this moment where the Widow mines were actually being sent across the map, and then there was this weird dance of the Oracle trying to catch the mines, and ultimately the Widow mines just went back home. But we haven't really got to see Maru actually come in and do what he's planned to do early game against the Protoss in any game.
Mm-hmm. All right, Zest's going to go out and try to catch this Reaper before it gets back. Beautifully placed. And we'll get in there. Annoying for Zest, but, it'll look very much like that previous game. Yeah, looks like he has all the jump ups blocked. We'll be able to spot that Stargate, so that's a nice scout.
Yeah, he'll know what direction the tech is going to be here. And again, these probes are basically paperweights until this bunker can be destroyed. Now, is there any variation in what Maru does behind this? Because, the build is obviously not set in stone. But I don't see any changes just yet.
Oh. Well, here comes a Viking that's going to help out against that Oracle. He did get out with those Reapers, which is kind of nice. I guess since you get the Stargate Scout, not that hard. And the Twilight coming up.
That's right. Twilight Council coming in here. I don't feel like Zest needed to change anything dramatically in the last 3 games. The only thing he really did wrong in Game 3 was he basically warped in way too many Stalkers to kill a command center that was not defended. I think had he warped in like, 6 Stalkers there and attacked that and tried to do damage, and then had the rest with his army, I think he actually could have won the last game. He basically out-positioned himself trying to out-position Maru.
Yeah, maybe it was a little bit too much, and he had those sentries to slow down the charge in from Maru, but the big ramp next to the third was like just he couldn't quite cover it.
Yeah.
I still like the idea from Zest, just Maru punished it, so obviously there were holes.
Well, Maru's very good at intuiting solutions when things are very chaotic in the middle of the map. Like for him to look at the CC being attacked and be like, no, I'm going to just come in here and start attacking the Protoss right now.
Well, there's a special thing about Maru because he micros and macros better than everybody.
Yeah.
Where I think that can be a frustrating thing for the Terran players that are like, oh, just play kind of like Maru. It's like, the reason why he can punish everybody all the time is because he spends his money better than everyone, expands quicker than everyone, and micros better than everyone. So it's like, honestly, if he has like 3 or 4 less units, either via bad micro or slightly worse macro in that push on the third, Zest might win that game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, stuff snowballs very quickly in different directions when stuff like that happens. So.
Okay, so again, a third base here for the Protoss. Blink finishing up. Again, a lot of the same patterns here as far as growth go on both sides. I really don't think Zest did that much wrong in that last game, you know? I think this has so far been probably the cleanest opening here from Maru. We haven't really had anything catastrophic go down.
Sure, yeah.
But, you know, Zest is really coming here with a very revised style of play, and big victory there to gun down the Oracle. Now, he loses the mine, but I think getting that Oracle is a much bigger deal. You know, that Oracle is so important for tagging medevacs that are going to be moving around the map.
Yeah, for sure.
And basically identifying what the Terran's position is going to be. And there's been a period of time where we didn't have that many Terran players hiding Widow Mines back on the map, but it seems like Maru has really decided this is a good way to approach this against Zest, is to, and you know, it's a bit of a roll of the dice, right? It's a bit of a gamble to place the Widow Mine there. You don't know if the Protoss is going to go through there, but it definitely worked in that moment. And now Zest is really without a very important tool that allows him to survey the Terran's movement.
Well, he's trying to survey it here with these Stalkers. Sees a pretty sizable army coming out, does back up. Now he's going up to 10 gates once again with that charge, and he should, yeah, he'll have charge before this can get across the map. I think Stalker's just going to buy a little bit of time. Beautiful pick-off on the mine. Any pick-offs like that are so huge. Like getting a mine, yeah, that's like one more alive Zealot and a lot of shields on the rest that he saves.
And sometimes those big mine hits, I mean, they completely change the fight, right?
Oh, so
I mean,
much, yeah.
You're really making yourself a lot more secure in that moment. Maru's actually shifting over here to the right, moving, I think, yeah, up this ramp that's not really protected. It looks like he kind of just goes in here.
He thinks he's coming the other direction?
Yeah.
Oh, man, he's way out of position for that.
Yeah, a lot of Zealots not where they need to be right now, and this is already a pretty big deal. Taking out this gateway, he's made some hallucinated Archons. I don't even know, man. I think Zest, like, just didn't quite react as fast as he could have.
Yeah, he's coming up with a flank of Zealots here. Those force fields are actually really nice, kind of stopping everything against the Zealots, so no stutter step right there, and Zest will end up holding it. Maru has to retreat. Good thing he brought those Zealots back, I tell you. He had sent those out for trying to see if there was like a third base being taken, some harassment on that, but they saved the day.
Yeah, and I think the hallucinated Archons actually worked out very nicely, tanking a decent amount of damage. I mean, even if you know they're hallucinated, there's so much happening so quickly that just having that sponge of damage is definitely a great way to play it. And so, I mean, now, I don't know, man. I mean, I think Zest is in a pretty desirable spot, right? He's just outside of where Terran needs to expand. Terran, you know, traded some army off, which the Protoss is always going to be fine with, as long as the Protoss can stay up a base. He comes up here with so many Stalkers. He's looking for anything he could snipe. Doesn't find it.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a big fan of the building placement we're seeing here from Maru. You see how he has those Raxes in the front of his natural, and he pulls back into there. It's like you can't attack that with charge lots. So he's being as efficient as he can in a lot of different ways, even like skimping on bunkers when he can. Landing this third base, a little warping of Stalkers to the side, and Zest walks all the way around, takes his high ground. Not sure what he's going to get done.
There's a lot of patience being shown here from Zest. He's just trying to get bigger and bigger leads here in these fights, and I think he's about to set up a sandwich. I mean, he's going to be hitting from two sides. I don't know that Maru can actually survive this.
Yeah. Oh.
There's like 180 degrees of damage right now. The Zealot's spilling and more to come. The CC's lifted off. He sniped some of the medevacs and will then snipe the command center.
Yeah, that command center can't live through that. That is brutal.
I can't believe this. I think that Maru is about to be eliminated here. 143 supply to 99. Protoss not overextending here, staying back. Basically waiting, Maru like a wounded animal. Right now, Zest, the Predator, just waiting to close in on that final attack to finish him off. I mean, we're seeing Maru limp through this game. I don't know if there really is an out here for Maru either. You know, you stay on 2 base for a certain amount of time for too long, and things dry up very quickly.
Yeah, things are only going to get worse, too, because we have Colossus Tech on the way. And that's just like, Zest up a base at this point. Look, if it's 4 base versus 3 base, we still have some play. But the 2 base Terran, like Maru is going to dry up very, very quickly here. He is getting some enhanced shockwaves and some ghosts and everything, so that's good. But can you imagine him ever beating this army, especially when you add in a few Colossi?
I don't think so, man. And, you know, at this point in time, I think Maru has to, I was going to say have one big attack that works. I wasn't even factoring in the SCVs, but I guess that only makes sense, right?
It does.
So it's now or never. The final attack from Maru to keep him in Super Tournament, or Zest will go on to the finals in the craziest upset yet here.
Dude, this
of the year.
This is a goofy amount of Zealots.
Yeah.
Look at that. That is what?
And notice how he's splitting them. He knows a couple. Oh, he's going to actually bait it out. Oh, what? Oh my God! Well, hold on. I mean, I think he's still. The Zest is still in good shape, but let's see how this goes. Well, he actually just screwed up with a key amount of units that are really central to that fight. He like totally mismicroed that. Zealots are going to come in.
Oh my God! Like some nice EMPs do end up going down, and he's cutting through these Zealots surprisingly quickly. There's the Immortal and the Colossi doing a lot. He's going to try to target them down, and he will pick off both. But does Maru actually have enough here?
A lot of Marauders, and they're slowing down those Stalkers. He can unpower the Robo that's making the Colossi. Oh no, there's a pylon above there. It still has energy, excuse me. Dodges that shot. Maru going to deny the next Colossus from entering the game. But Maru continues to plow forward here. More Stalkers come out, and he'll be able to cut off reinforcements here, marooning this army inside of the natural. Again, the Protoss Nat is a sacrificable thing at this point in time, because Terran is not going to have any more ways to mine.
Dude, he's just picking off every pylon.
He's unpowering the entire main base.
There's more SCVs coming too, by the way. He's like basically brought everything at this point.
He blinks behind this. The SCVs continue to chase.
This is the most wild thing ever.
I mean, I don't see anything else coming here for Protoss. I mean, this really comes to those Stalkers eating that much damage. That should have been enough to tip the game in his favor. But at the same time, remember, there's a finite amount of energy inside those medevacs. So eventually,
it's like 0.
It's going to slowly come back, but not at the rate at which Protoss can do damage. So I think there is a way, if his control is good enough, to basically micro the Stalkers away and chip away at this army.
Yeah, a couple Archons coming out as well are actually very tough to beat with such a damaged Bioforce.
EMPs come down. The Archon, especially with armies that are this squishy right now, red, yellow, orange HP bars are definitely, another nice snipe there. And I think he's going to come in here with the killing blow. Terran's turning around. Now there's a very small amount of workers mining right now. We have 15 SCVs on the map. Some of them are headed back home to come back. Although the Protoss's base is in shambles in many parts, only one resource location to mine from, the Protoss is still eons ahead economically.
Yeah, he's going to come up now, and there's not a lot you can do against this, right? Like, he's just going to attack, blink out, and when you're very low economy like this, these blink Stalkers are worth so much.
Yeah, if he could get a snipe on a Ghost, that'd be great.
He's trying.
The problem is, of course, the Protoss isn't going to heal up either in a situation like this, so that damage does become permanent. And, with the Marauders having that concussive shell, they can stagger some of these Stalkers to then have them picked off here. Both players finding their footing again. Maru going to try to come out. No third base for Maru still. He probably is not going to go for any third base other than to float his natural CC somewhere.
I think you're definitely right about that.
I think he literally just tries to overclock his income as much as possible, whereas Zest is going to be comfortable the longer the game goes on. The SCV pull once more.
Oh, man. His command centers are literally just like barracks right now. That's all they are for. He wants to be able to just field anything. Oh, God.
Nice, beautiful feedbacks there on the medevacs, making them unable to heal. Zealot's stuck on the outside here.
I think it's too much, though. It's just there's so much here for Zest.
I think you're right, Artosis. Zest ultimately manages to come through here, smashing this army, and Zest goes to the finals. I can't believe it. Maru is the first player out the final day of the GSL Super Tournament. Zest bringing the style in here of patience, of calculated decision making, and ultimately letting the Terran just overstep and then punishing again and again and again.
Yeah.
Wow.
He had a little bit of a hard time in the series. We saw it with the Adepts trying to get rid of mines and then the Stalkers there at the end. So a little bit of problems with his micro, but I mean, he played a brilliant series and there was some domination in there.
Absolutely.
He looked so scary, PBT.
It
My
was
God.
very cool to see. I mean, I welcome a change like this. You know, Maru has been such a mainstay, such an unstoppable force. But today he met his match. And, you know, to be honest, Zest almost closed out Game 3, too. So he's going to be doing great in the finals. Guys, short break. We come back. Dark versus Zoun. Don't go away.
On the street, I'm just smiling big at everybody. 2 more blocks and I'll be at your door. Overcome, brother, nothing keeps me melancholy. Spread my wings, so damn ready to soar. And there couldn't be a better taste after everything I faced. I send a little luck my way, send a little bright sun ray to hit my skin. Dream that I cannot erase, keep it in a little case. Oh. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together. Because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you because you showed me the light. In my head, deep inside of my mind, I love you in a way that has been hard to define. Let's go out, let's go dancing tonight. Adrenaline is pumping, engines up for the flight. And it couldn't be a better taste after everything I faced. I send a little luck my way, send a little bright sun ray to hit my skin. Dream that I cannot erase, keep it in a little case. Oh. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together. Because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you because you showed me the light. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together. Because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you because you showed me the light. Truth be told, is I've never felt better. And if I'm honest with myself, I am so glad we're together. Because this new state of mind that I've struggled to find can now be shared with you because you showed me the light.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨
핫식스.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 뭐야?
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨
핫식스.
2022 Hot 6 GSL SuperTournament Season 1.
The GSL torches are on.
Giant
I
sparklers.
forgot we had those, man. I got startled when they came on. I thought the studio was exploding, but
Slowest explosion ever.
I can't believe Zest beat Maru. I feel like I'm still processing that. I always try to come to any cast we do with a pretty open mind, but
Yeah.
I was pretty much set that Maru was going to beat Zest, and now Zest is in the finals. That means all the Terrans are gone. They're extinct. The aliens won. The bugs and the aliens both have outlived us humans.
Well, to them, Tasteless, we're the aliens.
That's true. Actually, we're the bugs. So
to us, we're the bugs, too.
So now it's going to be Dark versus Zoun. And I think we also have to keep an open mind in this series. We just saw that insane upset. Zest came through. I think Zoun is much more capable of beating Dark than when I look at like even Zest versus Maru. So let's see what Zoun's got.
Well, Zest was pretty damn capable of that, Tasteless. That was a pretty one-sided.
It's crazy, too, because the way he beat Maru as well.
Yeah.
You know, a very confident kind of outpacing process of just let the Terran dry up their opportunities and come through with a win.
Yeah, honestly, I felt similar to you coming into today, that I thought that Zoun would have a closer series against Mark than Zest against Dark than Zest against Maru.
That's Mark?
Yeah, Mark. I put them together, Dark and Maru. Their Archon name is Mark. It's better than Daru, that's for sure. Daru, what are you, from Legend of Zelda? You're a tree or something? Now, but here's the thing. Should we cross our fingers? The Dream Finals, PvP, Zoun versus Zest?
Yeah.
Wow.
I can't wait.
Wow.
I feel like Zoun versus Zest would somehow be better than Zest versus Dark, but maybe I've also typecasted Zest and Dark, even though
You've
Zest,
actually always hated Zest. It's been very weird.
well, that's why you're here. You've been fanboying
Yeah,
Zest
that's
for
true.
long enough that it's also weird, where I'm like, what is going on here? Like,
Honestly, Tasteless, whoever you like and don't like, I just take the opposite of it to make it interesting. I'm actually the phony guy from the wrestling thing that we were talking about.
we're going to go to Glittering Ashes for Game 1, Dark versus Zoun, the fight to see who meets Zest in the finals.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark.
Whoever cut that image out of the Saran Wrap did the best job by far. Watch
That's
the
right.
Nexus. It's just not as good.
The Nexus, they cover up the little points on it. It's like they take its little horns off.
It's not the best.
Alpha X.
Look,
Zone.
that's a girl Nexus. Now it's a boy Nexus.
Yeah, they got rid of I mean, I guess you'd have to turn hit point bars off and stuff to get a perfect cutout, but they should have done it. But then you got the chrono boost that's always going on.
Very nice. Carbot Zealot.
I didn't know they made a Zealot one. I don't have that.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that, actually.
Either.
Need to add
I have that Zergling they gave us.
I don't have the Zergling in my home either.
What happened
to get one?
The big one I'm talking about. The big
big
Zergling.
one?
Yeah, remember they gave us a big Zergling at KSL.
No, I think you stole that.
No.
Then
You're the one that
thought-
steals things, not me.
I've definitely stolen a thing or two. There's definitely a couple exclusive mouse pads back in my place. No, I thought I couldn't take that one home. I didn't know.
Oh. Well,
I actually left it there.
well.
You stole that. I can't believe this. You're like making me look like the fool. And you went behind the cash register in the studio and emptied it out. Oh, Cannon Rush.
Dude.
Oh,
Look at that. It's like Domino's taste.
That's
As
right.
the drone comes around, he just puts up more pylons. That's how Domino's work, right?
that's exactly how they work, yes. Well, look at this.
All right, well. All right. I love how he pops himself out with that
Look at
geyser.
those two. It's like two angry eyes. Oh, the one blew up. He's blind. He needs an eye patch.
That cancels one there.
Oh, my God.
Oh, man. What?
What? Wait, what?
So, yeah, he's making like 4 cannons right now.
How did this one up there get canceled?
That was a pylon.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
friend.
that was a cannon.
Yeah,
Excuse
he
me.
popped 2 pylons down, popped
I
himself
actually
out.
thought that was a cannon make, and I'm like, oh my God, I don't know what's going on. Oh,
Dude, what am I even looking at? This is insane.
wait,
This
can't-
doesn't work,
This
right?
can't work at all, right?
This, like, if this had worked, this was the most intricate, mathed out cannon rush where I'm like, yeah,
I
well,
don't
what you do
understand.
is you cancel so many buildings that you've actually lost enough to make a nexus, but then you kill
Like,
them.
you make so many pylons that the Zerg just makes a third half before his pool.
Okay, so we had like 6 canceled buildings. And yeah, so 3 cannons were straight up killed. So that's 450, 500. So he lost 239 minerals in like canceling? Or was it 139? Something like that.
I
and
mean,
then
enough
4
for it to be
pylons
alarming is
and a probe. This is...
Zerg's going to take his third
Look,
base.
I don't know the
before
math behind it, but I'm going to go ahead and
No.
say that Zoun is not ahead after that.
You know, there's nothing more painful than when you try to cheese somebody and it doesn't work. And you
Oh,
just,
there's nothing.
No, stay with me,
Okay.
Artosis. Is when you try to cheese somebody and it doesn't work, and then you have to try to go back and play a normal game where you're like 3 times more behind than ever. Where you're like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, no, it's fine. I'll go back. I can handle it. Like he's now proxying a pylon and making. Maybe this is going to be DT tech. I
Yeah.
don't know. And the Overlord's just looking at this like, you don't have a second Nexus.
Yeah. Yeah, this is, and he's looking for whatever it may be. I imagine he'll eventually find it. Yeah, the Overlord flies in, hilariously seeing no Nexus.
I mean, let's go back for a little bit before we talk about any of this, because just to be clear, guys, I mean, Zoun is so screwed.
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard to quantify how behind you are. You almost never get to see a pro match where there's this far of a distance this early on and the game goes on.
Mm-hmm.
What was with the cannon rush?
Well,
We don't see a lot of cannon rushes. Honestly, unless Parting's playing, we had a couple with SOS, but he always seemed to know when to pull them out. But I don't feel like I have a memory of Zoun cannon rushing in the last year or 2, right?
well, that would be a perfect opportunity then for him to do it if
but
he's not doing it often.
The thing is, the math on cannon rush is, I mean, you can fine-tune this to where you just know.
Well,
So-
at first it looked like he was a super expert with it, but like he just
Yeah.
it was very
Well,
strange
eventually
the
there
way
was-
he tried to do it.
There was creeping enough spots where I'm like, okay, Lings are coming though. Like one of these cannons has to be done. I mean, the idea is that the first cannon finishes in time to kind of chase the drones away, and then
Yeah.
as the Lings are coming, the rest of the cannons appear with that, and then you have, you know, the flooding of damage. But
Yeah. No, well, the cannon rush, at first it looked like he was David Copperfield, but then it looked like he was Joe from Arrested Development, you know?
yeah, not magic tricks, illusions.
So his proxy pylon dies. Oh, he finds the gate.
Here it is, DT.
He's gonna see the dark shrine.
illusions, Dad, illusions.
This is pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit worried now for
he
the
can
series.
actually GG. Well,
No,
I mean, you fail something like this.
This is a humiliating start to the series, to be honest.
But it's like you said, like he failed his cheese, and he's just like infinity behind. All of his stuff's getting scouted. There's not a way to win a game like this.
There's a spore in the main, right? Yep,
Yeah.
all right. All right, GT incoming. 3. No?
2 Stargates now. We're just going to keep going to how far down this rabbit hole can we go?
This is so unnecessary. This is like more unnecessary than all the sequels to the Saw movie. You know what I mean? Where I'm like, the story was done. It was okay.
Dude, yeah, no, this is unnecessary is a very good way to put it.
Yeah.
What comes after that, though?
I was thinking about that. What is the next tech juke that you do?
Yeah. I think that's it. I think there's no more. I think you have to go back.
He has to go back and
DTs.
make 2 robos now. We're like, okay, he's gonna make Immortals 2 at a time now.
Yeah. He's gonna go only disruptors.
Yeah.
Okay.
From here, he makes a mothership. I'm not sure what he'll cloak with it, but
It's the probes.
yeah, he'll use this to hide his then 5th tech switch. So, I mean, I do want to emphasize this. This is a painful first game.
Yeah.
A humiliating, drawn-out, painful 7 minutes of hell here for Zoun.
Yeah.
And we talked about this in the first series, where it's like, it's always interesting to see how one pro opens up against another. And this isn't like, the law of how to look at the game, but there is something to it about like, okay, are you afraid to play this guy? Are you going to cheese him? Are you going to do a really tricky build? Or are you going to play straight up? The fact that this was a cannon rush and a cannon rush that didn't seem to be entirely mathed out makes me a little bit worried for Zoun here.
Yeah. It's but again, it's not a bad idea to open with a super cheese like that, right? Because you kind of keep your opponent on the back foot.
You can hide your normal play, giving him less games to adapt in the series.
Also, maybe he doesn't like glittering ashes. Sometimes you'll choose a cheese on a map that you don't feel that confident on.
Yeah, that's a totally
Could just
reasonable
be
way
kind
to
of a
play.
throwaway.
A best of 5, you're like, yeah, I'm not feeling this map, man.
Well, it's 77 Army Supply to 26. Nidus Worm on the way. Queen Roach Ravager.
Void Ray's moving out. I saw 8 Mutas hatch. I don't know where they are now, but
Yeah, I don't know where he put the Mutas.
Oh, there they are. Okay. So
Well,
this is going to force a recall here.
Yeah, he's flying in, seeing if he can do anything.
Uh-oh.
That's not good news. Yeah, he starts some Phoenixes now.
So he's just going to try to take the fight because he knows that he just needs to get his Nidus out here.
Good overcharge.
And this should be the killing blow.
Yeah.
The combination of the Queens and the Roaches. I mean, Mutas won't
I think
hurt as well.
He should expand to the bottom right.
Yeah, no, I think now's when the Mothership comes out and he makes the 2 robos. I think that's when we're going to have the final phase of this game. And I hope, hopefully for Zoun's sake, this is the last game that looks like this. There's the second Nidus coming here, rotting out the inside of the main. The Nexus is going to fall, as are the pylons that'll support. The only real tech now that's available here. So I think GG any minute.
I mean, well, I thought it was going to be like 5 minutes ago, but he's still trying to hold.
GG. Woo! That's what I call StarCraft. That was a real game of StarCraft. I can't believe that the cannon rush backfired so much. I feel like, and this is really a testament to Parting and how solid he is when he does that. But like, everybody's played an online game where somebody does something to you and you're like, what is going on? And then you just kill it and you're like, all right.
Yeah.
I don't know. You got to go back to the lab with that one. Not very often do you see it in a round of 4 of a major StarCraft 2 tournament.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Everybody's had that game where like someone's doing something weird and maybe there's some idea there, but they haven't figured it out.
Yeah.
And you just kind of kill it. You never get to the bottom of what they really wanted to do, and you move on.
Well,
that's what that looked like.
Let's put a positive spin on it, okay? At least Zoun got that game out of the way.
Got it out of his system.
Yeah.
Like it was a teenage rebellious era.
It was worse than that. We're going to go into map 2. Berlingrad, get your dogs ready.
Dog map, go.
Game start.
And that last game, man, woof.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark.
But Dark's defense? Bow wow. Ooh.
Alpha X. Zoun.
Okay, immediately in game 2, there is a pylon over here at 9 o'clock. And
Yeah, what is this all about? Proxy gate, obviously.
mm-hmm.
How many? Two?
Double gate. Can
Two
I
gate
get a
sell-off?
3?
Oh, I would love a third gate. Oh, it is a
It
third
is a
gate.
third gate.
Oh my God.
All right, we're bringing strats from 1998
Dude,
here
yeah.
at 2022.
Well, this is hilarious.
This is really back in the era when StarCraft players were learning how to use fire to cook food.
Yeah.
This is really, strategically, that's what this looks like.
This is straight up an NA server build.
Yeah, no, this is like day 4. Someone got top 5 in the ladder just with this.
Oh, absolutely.
You know,
They didn't get gas yet.
on the
Warp gate's
receiving
too hard
end,
to
kids screaming,
figure out.
knocking soda into their keyboard, angrily posting on forums that there is no way to stop this. We're going to see if they're right today.
They might be. They might be.
Today we find out if they will get vindicated. Oh,
Give me dark vision.
ah!
That's crazy. Oh, he turns around to make a nexus.
Uh-oh.
LOL. Okay, let's see. I mean, do you just make some spines in the main? That's it, right? You just make spines in the main.
I would think so.
Let's just finish. I think actually
There
the
is a
finish
solution to
fine.
this that's definitely been mathed out perfectly, but the question is, how often? Oh, now he pulls the probes. I hadn't actually factored that in.
You've gotta. Because then you make cannons on the edge of your creep.
That's right.
It's like a CVZ.
Yeah, you keep trying to encircle them in cannons.
All right, gonna start putting damage on the hatchery. Waiting for those probes.
So it does seem like it's a tricky decision.
It's only one.
Yeah, and the queen's out now. And then the probes are going to come in here from behind. And this is going to be that probe micro you kind of mind shift onto the workers. And I don't actually know how well this works. I mean, I'm watching the
Doesn't
drone
seem very
carry.
well. I think it's just been held straight up with that second spine finishing up. He has 2 queens. His natural hatchery stuff. Well, these are.
All right, this is. I feel like this is the first time I've seen strategies that make me think of Jackass, the TV show, where it's like, my name's Zoun, and this is 3 Gate Dark. This is 3 Gate Dark at GSL SuperTournament.
Yeah. Oh my God. Oh, I love it, Tasteless. That was like my favorite show. No, that's it. That's basically exactly what it is. And the thing is, we have to have the hidden camera at the end with Dark going, what the hell was wrong with that guy? The bystander, that they always had.
Okay, I think we are now seeing a pattern here. I don't think Zoun says, all right. Now I'm going to use my 3-base Void Ray Expo into air toss play.
If he switches into that, he has a small chance.
The pylons need to be made closer to the main. That's my takeaway. Game 3, 2,000 atmospheres. One style of play, maybe? I don't know.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark.
We've been talking about Zoun. What's going on in Dark's head right now? He's like, all right,
Alpha X.
I am the greatest
Zoun.
Zerg in the region.
Just a normal opener, I guess. Time to play Macro Void Ray, like you said.
That's right.
Jesus. Now we're going to have
Very
3
well.
36-minute games. Make up for everything else that's
Now
happened
Zoun
today.
will trade in a macro game very efficiently, ultimately keeping Zerg on 4 to 5 bases and then winning. So
Yes.
he's like, so the 3 gate strat didn't work. I guess I'll have to go back onto my technical 15 to 20 minutes of perfect macro style instead.
Yeah, Dark will he will attempt to clear the High Templars and Archons with Ultras, and then
Wise grandpa there. What were you saying, Artosis?
Just 36-minute game PVZ means,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
all.
And eventually, when they try to take their last base on that side of the map, only I'd match them, and ultimately they've traded it efficiently into me with Broodlord and Fester. I will then take the game and win.
Yeah.
If my 3 gates in the middle of the map strat doesn't work.
It's the transition.
Yeah.
The pro pull is especially weird.
Yeah.
But
I either
guess-
beat you with the most advanced weapons of all time, or I kill you with a rock.
Well, for Zoun, there's really only one question. Gas or no gas?
That's right.
That's truly a question that all of us answer every single game.
That's
Tasis,
true.
when you think about it.
Every time we actively make a choice to take our gases, we are choosing to participate in the technical aspect of
Yeah.
StarCraft.
Do you like technology? Do you not like technology?
Yeah. Listen, not everybody likes technology.
No, I don't like it.
That's the Amish rush right there. The 3 gate. No tech. Think I'm going to offend people? They're not watching the show.
What is it called when people leave, like Rumspringa?
Rumspringa, yeah.
Yeah.
If you're Amish, you got to.
So there might be people watching the show.
Yeah, they could be watching right now. They're no doubt rushing people on the ladder, deciding if this is for them.
Stargate? Hey. Dude, if it
Hey,
actually
hey.
turns into just like 3 base
And
void
then
ray,
he wins. I'm like, I don't understand anything anymore.
then he wins with that twice, and then he goes for the cannon rush again
Yeah,
and
yeah.
loses.
Even those 2 perfect macro games, and then tries the 3
Yeah.
gate again and fails in the exact same way. And I'm like, I don't get you, man.
Yeah, this doesn't seem quite right. Yeah, here comes the void ray. An additional gateway.
In case you guys are wondering why those games look like that, it is possible that whenever Zoun plays Dark in any kind of kind of friendly scrim or encountering each other on ladder, it's possible that Dark just literally never loses to him.
Yeah,
And so
it's-
Zoun just has these insane all-ins in the hope that he can kind of
also
scoop a win.
Yeah, there's so many different levels of mind games too. It's like maybe Zoun actually does pretty well against Dark, but Dark knows his style very well, so he knows Dark has prepped something good. So then you just do like a counter to that, right? Where you're
Yeah.
like, well, he likes going hatch first. Let's try to bash him both games.
Weirdly, we weren't that off with our joke. He actually is going to go for Void Ray Expand.
Yeah, let's see if he makes more voids. Like adds a second Stargate here. Scan the Oracle. That's good for scouting.
What are you giggling
I
about?
just when I'm like, he's getting the Oracle. It's good for scouting. Remind me that Harangue is good at kicks.
Oh, that joke. Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, +1 air weapon stasis. Here we go.
I have this whole
Did you
idea.
Did you go pee on the break? This is gonna be a long.
No, I
game.
hold it in until it hurts. That's how I cast. Is the way I do.
That's why you're so good.
Yeah. Where do I get that energy from? Just my screaming bladder.
Yeah.
I've got this new troll technique that I'm using on people, which is to give them extremely obvious advice that is so obvious that it's like almost too much.
Yeah.
Like, it's like you're watching.
So you post on Reddit.
You're watching, yes. You're watching your Zerga friend play, who's been playing for a long time, and then you tell them to put that Overlord outside their expansion so you can see when they expand. Like stuff like that, where it's just like,
I like
what
it.
are you talking about, man? Like, of course I'm going to do that. Like, if I don't do that, I don't even know how to play the game,
Yeah. I love advice like that.
Yeah. If you take more bases, you can outproduce them. That's really what you're trying to do. And you're like, are you seriously telling me that? I mean, do we... Why don't you tell me that I need to chew my food, okay?
Sometimes I do need that advice, to be fair.
So 2 more voids are coming out, so he's upping the air production. This does give Zerg a lot of freedom to grow, and Dark is one of those players where, I mean, this is just one way to approach the game, but it's worth pointing out that Dark is able to really power. So it basically makes this situation where nobody can attack into each other feasibly, but they're both going to be growing at a rapid rate.
Yeah. Robo's coming up, so probably for Disruptor. It's a pretty popular follow-up to this. You don't necessarily have to go into Psystorm. Fleet Beacon coming up here as well. We'll see if he goes for Void Ray upgrades or just goes directly into Carrier. I think generally when you go Disruptor, you go directly into Carrier. Spire coming up here for Dark. Yeah, this is going to be a long game, man.
Well, we're due for one with the, the
Yeah.
speed at which those other two went.
What, though, if he really throws the mind game out, sends a probe to the top left, makes 3 gates, and then sends all his probes to 3 zones?
That's right.
Main base.
What he's got to do is cannon rush the 5th and send all his probes then. With the Void Rays, trust me.
What if there was an upgrade late game, like on the Fleet Beacon or something, that allowed cannons to warp in like 2 seconds?
Oh, that'd be funny. You just warp them in like their units.
Yeah. You just walk across the entire map.
You just hold the Seeking down and just zigzag it on the screen.
You have like 5 Tempests, and then you just cannon push the entire map
That's
with
right.
them. That'd be amazing.
Well, don't forget, in the beta for this game, the cannons could move.
I know.
That was...
I think that was pre-beta. I think that never made it into beta. Because I remember...
Yeah, I mean, no, maybe you're right. I think I remember just seeing videos of that and like watching the cannons that were moving around. I'm like, oh, that's going to be an issue if they keep that in the game.
Oh, well, that was actually super funny when we saw that, because they like showed that in like a video or something. There was like, for people who don't know, right, back in the old Brood War days, you know, we had a big group of North American players, and the joke was when that video came out that Tasos would be the best player in the world.
That's right. You have no idea with my moving cannons.
Yeah. So you give Tasos cannons that move, no one's ever going to beat him ever again.
Yeah, sadly, I was relegated to casting once they changed that. I thought I better change my career.
Yeah.
Now, we've got the Corruptor tech coming out here. Now, we've had a couple games where, like, the Zerg leans hard into the Corruptors and then can win the fight, but then the Protoss flips the game back into ground play. I don't know if that's going to happen here, but...
He's not ready for that yet. We don't have any ground upgrades. We don't have Blink either. Normally what you do is after you max out-ish, you get Blink. And then you can kind of switch it up if that happens. Is Dark going to go, like, really quick for a move like that? I don't think it'll work.
I don't think he will. But
well, he's making so many, though.
We are going in that direction, though, where that could eventually become, you know, the climax of this game.
The thing is, if you make, like, 20 Corruptors like he's doing, you can't just sit on him. That's, like, a terrible move. Oh, look at that. Looks like he wanted to attack the building with it. He's still making Corruptors, man. I think he's just going to... He's going to go for it.
Well, I mean, you know, it's funny for Zerg, you can get all the Corruptors pretty quickly. And obviously, I mean, Protoss can make quite a bit out of the Stargate, but, you know, it's one area per Stargate. And so, if you could just come in here and win this fight, you basically just reset all the tech. So he baits out the Voids, flies back, although there should be a setup for another attack later on.
So he got 3 or 4 Corruptors there, but lost a carrier.
Well, yeah, and not just that, but Zerg's maxing out again, and there's more Corruptors on the way. So he's going to use the cannons as a deterrent.
Yeah, he is making some Vipers, so he can stay aggressive with that, but, like, he immediately went into a Twilight as well. Oh, yeah, that's a good move.
Yeah, this is how you kind of bait them into a fight.
Yeah, we should see Archons joining the fray pretty quickly here. Look at that, he overcharges to save that. I love it.
I think it's actually a better idea to just occupy the main, right? There's not that many cannons here. Protoss isn't in the position yet to where I think you want to try to fight this. Although I think Dark's on to something. I mean, Zoun knows he can't really fully engage this. Whoa!
Yeah, but turns on the Voids, and it's, like, pretty even, I guess. But
well, I think the other issue...
it's still a little good for Dark, maybe?
Zerg's actually so ahead in... expansions that I think that you can do that unfavorable trade economically. You basically buy your way out of the situation. Another carrier goes down. Consider the length of time it takes to make a carrier get the interceptors out compared to just, you know, using larva to make Corruptors.
But if he attack moves right now with these Archons and Zealots, does he just win? There's no greater Spire cases. It's just Corruptors and Queens.
Actually, that's a good point. I wasn't really watching the production tab for that.
There's like, look, he's making 10 Roaches. 10 Roaches does not stop what's coming. There's like a few Lings in here. It's a weird game. I like the ideas that Dark's coming with, but it looks dangerous now as this counterattack comes in.
Yeah, well, let's see how far this can go across the map. He's got 18 Roaches coming in here. He's committed onto these Voids again. And what? There's only like 1 Void left. And so the Corruptors serve their purpose now. I think what he does, he just starts to ooze down the other bases that Protoss have and just make roaches. And I feel like this might be why we haven't seen this used to great effect.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't actually care about these Corruptors. He actually needs them to die anyway.
Yeah. That was crazy. Oh my god. Disruptor almost killed all the roaches, but they barely got it the last, like, half of a second. But actually, he fought off the Corruptors that were going for the Nexus. So, like, yeah, there's a lot of roaches. Blink is not done yet.
Yeah, you know, I think even if Blink's done, I'm not sure. Here's the thing, man. I think that Zoun may have actually succeeded here because Dark was woefully unprepared for the phase 2 of this that we were talking about leading up to this moment, which is that the Zerg kills all the air units. Protoss flips the game into a ground game, but he wasn't really ready for a ground game.
Okay, the Roach Ravager comes out now and fights. This is funny that this started off on, like, carriers and Void Rays, and now it actually just looks like kind of a standard, you know, mid-game.
Well, I think Zoun's going to win this, and this is... Oh, we're actually missing some action here at the 12 o'clock spot. I think it's Zealots or something like that killed off workers. Yeah, so I think Dark's almost dead if Zoun just continues to stabilize and push.
Dark does not have many workers. 66 against 87 right now.
He doesn't have a great army. I mean, we all know Roach Ravager is not the ideal unit comp, especially in a game where we're like almost, what, 13 minutes into this? And now he's actually made some Void Rays in here, which are even better against Roach Ravager, and the Corruptors are all gone.
And he's going 3 Robos, so he's getting, like, Disruptors, he's getting Immortals. His army is going to absolutely crush what Dark has.
It's, like, totally weird, because, like, why would Zoun not do this in the first 2 games if he's this capable? Oh my god!
Well, that is going to be that, I think.
Dude, Zoun wins this, and I don't understand anything. All right, Zoun takes game 3, able to play in a completely confident macro game after a cannon rush backfires, after a 3-gate proxy rush backfires. He's like, well, I better play my really perfect macro play where I stop the Zerg at every pass and get ahead.
But imagine if one of his 2 early cheeses had worked tastes, how much we'd be praising right now.
Oh, I'd be over the moon.
Yeah.
We'd be doing backflips. Like, we can't even do backflips, we'd both be doing backflips.
I do a backflip off of this balcony.
That's right.
Because I need to get down there as quickly as possible to shake his hand.
Well, now we go to Hardwire for game 4. I think Zoun has to be done with cheese, right? He has to be, right?
That's the big question.
The thing is, he's cheesed 2 out of 3 games, so it's, you know, he might try it again.
He should do the Void Ray build again. He did fantastically there, and you can see Dark muttering to himself. Well, it's like, I hope he didn't figure out that I'm weak to Void Rays.
The Void Ray build, my Achilles heel.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Our map is loading up. Dark with a 2-1 lead here, but Zoun winning in the macro game. Let's see what opener he decides to do here as we go into game number 4.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Dark.
Okay, he sent one of the first probes out. He's cheesing again.
Oh, really? It might just be a hatch block.
Oh, okay, yeah,
It's possible.
That's true. I don't want to jump the gun here.
Alpha X.
Yeah, he made the pylon in his nat, so I think it's probably just blocking the hatchery.
At this point in time, I'm like deciding anything that leaves the base early right away is a cheese.
Like, Tasus, that's an Oracle after his base.
Tasus, that's a Void Ray and the 3rd Nexus. What's wrong with you? So he gets the block here. This will put the hatchery, the 2nd hatch, in an inconvenient spot here for the Zerg. Again, very standard stuff.
Yeah, and now will Zoun, you know, sometimes when you see people do this, once upon a time it really oftentimes meant things like oracles or adepts to try to harass because the bases are split up like that, but it doesn't necessarily need to be. Zoun is a big fan of adept builds, like in all matchups. So there's a possibility there, but honestly, I just want to see him do basically what he did last game.
It's been an interesting cast, this best of 5 here. I feel like we've spent a lot of time doing this from Zoun's perspective because the decisions he made have really kind of impacted the whole way the game is going to pan out in a way that Darks really haven't. But I do want to remind everybody, Dark tends to do one super aggro build always in a best of 5.
Yeah, that's
predictably
true.
so.
Generally,
so,
yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if this game does go into that, period where Dark may have that opportunity, maybe he actually takes that. I don't know. Well, I want someone to explain to us that 3-gate run into the main. I just want to see, like, was it Dark's opening that just stops that, or was it?
Well, he scouted it, and then
that's true. I forgot he actually saw that. I was wondering, like, if it's just if they just don't see it, you die.
Yeah, I think in this case, if he doesn't see it, because when you see it, the Zealots aren't even out, and you start a spine.
Yeah.
Can you imagine if that spine is not up when those Zealots get in there? Oh my God. Just drone death everywhere. Yeah, builds like that are actually really, really strong. It's just they have to be unscouted.
So, I mean, in this game, we're going to see if a Void Ray does come out first, or an Oracle.
Nice move there.
He's going to get one of these Lings.
Hopefully. There you go.
So it's going to be the Void Ray right out of the gate.
Mm-hmm. Dude, imagine if he just... I want so badly for him to just win again really strongly here, and then just do a cheese and lose.
And just cannon rush, and the cannons don't finish before the Lings get there and kill it. And we go, yeah. I don't get it, man.
Yeah.
You proved you were so good in a more complicated game. Why are you trying to win the easy way?
Yeah.
So, with Dark in that last game, I don't think there was anything wrong in his development. It did seem like he wasn't really prepared to... This is going to sound weird, but stay with me. It didn't sound like he was prepared to win the air fight. Like, he won it, and then he didn't have the right unit comp to actually fight a ground army.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, okay.
Well, that's why he won it, right?
Yeah, like,
That's why people don't really do that. And when he saw that many Corruptors, the Twilight went up immediately.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, well, we need Archons, we need Blank, we need Charge, Because if someone's going to make that many Corruptors, I mean, you only get 200 supply.
Seems like you just want to get a bunch of Banes, man. Lots of Lings and Banes. I don't know how much gas you have after that fight.
That wouldn't have been bad.
They don't have, like, Immortals and stuff like that. I mean, they have Archons, but if you just kill the Stalkers and Zealots...
Yeah, if you
could always beat Immortals and
follow
Archons in late game if you have like 5 bases. If you just kill off the the tier 1 stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. Like maybe if he tried something like Bane Roach is the counter to the counter.
Yeah,
something like that. I guess if you go more Stalker Archon heavy, it gets a little bit tougher with the Banes. But yeah, that was very charge heavy. You actually went charge before Blink and everything. Interesting game though. I think it was a very informative game.
So I guess the big question is, assuming this game is going to continue to pan out the way the last game did, and everything that Zoun is doing indicates that that's what his plan is, to rinse and repeat here. Is Dark going to make the necessary adjustments in his own play to be able to actually combat this?
Well, this game, he is getting the Robo, but he got the Twilight first, which is not how he went about it last time. Last time when he made the Robo first, it was clearly going into Disruptors. He added the 3rd Stargate and the Fleet Beacon. Here with Twilight into Robo, I'm not entirely sure, because he's getting +1 air, which, why not? It's not that expensive. And he is making Void still, but we don't see that Fleet Beacon. And Dark, on the other side here, he's getting melee, so more of a macro opener from him. Yeah, look, Blinking +1. Maybe thinking Dark will play similarly, or because like if you go Void Rays into Blink Colossus or Blink Disruptor, is that like a real thing? Is that as good?
Could be, depending on what they have. I mean,
yeah. I'm not sure what you're trying to do there. I mean, it doesn't sound like terrible, but.
So he wasn't making out of the Stargates, but he started once the Overseer went by there. I don't know if that's going to trick Dark into thinking that he's not committed to this. But
it could, yeah.
He has tried to generate, you know, this false impression from the scouting that, like, you know, he's going to switch to ground a little bit faster, but he has the exact same ideas at play as before.
Yeah, like, I mean, right now it just looks like he's getting Blink ready earlier in case of Corruptors. The group of Lings coming over, seeing that fourth. Disruptor on the way. Good amount of Lings being made. They're about to have +1 melee as well. So you got to be careful about that. I mean, they can break stuff down pretty darn quickly.
And, you know, Zerk continues to grow into the map. I do want to point out that this map actually is much bigger than the previous map. There's a lot more bases that Zerk can take. A lot more of a bigger travel time for Protoss to get up there and counterattack if this game does look like the last one. 14 mutas coming here.
Interesting. I wonder, are the mutas going to do all right? Like, he's making 5 cannons, making shield batteries.
I think the thing to note is that, you know, it did look like he stopped making Void Rays. He actually has stopped now. He had this period where he stopped in the Overseer Fluid, and then he made 2 more, then he stopped again. If you don't continuously make Void Rays, I think you can just lose to the Void Rays to the mutas.
Yeah, you could.
And then if you lose the Void Rays to the mutas, and I don't think Blink's been upgraded yet, unless I missed it.
Yeah, it does. He does have Blink.
He does have Blink. I'm sorry. Okay, then he does have a way to combat that. I thought that the mutas might be able to come in there and just then kill all the workers.
Yeah. Well, he's actually warped in a decent amount. Like, I think actually he beats the mutas pretty handedly here.
Yeah, we have 7 more mutas on the way here. And I don't know, man. Now I'm feeling like Dark is maybe in a bad position because you can't get any value out of these mutas if they don't do damage right away, right?
He's still making mutas as well.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you can make, like, the super clump of mutas, and so many that shield batteries don't do as much anymore, right? You can fly in and just target stuff down. He's making a lot of Zerglings as well. But, like, Archon plus everything else seems to be pretty good. He blinks away from this. Archon's coming up. Not the best engage for Archons, but he does blow up all the roaches with the Disruptor.
Yeah, he comes back on that one Archon. He does manage to pick it off, but the Mutalisk is taking quite a bit of damage over there. Once again, targeting down the other Archon.
Okay.
You know, Archons are great against Mutalisks, but if you can target them down and then regroup with enough more mutas, maybe you can come in here in the next fight and win that. I mean, a lot of the Void Rays are picked off here as well. I do worry, though, that Protoss might be able to kind of balance their way out of this, keep making Zealot Archon, and then have a counterattack that there's no way for Zerg to deal with.
Yeah, it feels that way a lot. And he's actually going into Phoenixes now. Like, he's got those 2 Stargates.
I feel like Zoun, if he plays this the next couple of minutes really well, can just get way ahead.
Yeah.
Because I don't see what Dark's doing as a really healthy setup.
But when he gets... He's got +1 air. When he gets 6 and then 8 Phoenixes plus Archons, the mutas, what are the mutas truly going to do? Thing is, if you run in with 2 Phoenixes, like, yeah, the mutas literally don't care. You got to kind of pull them up a little bit. Now comes in, looks like he's going to unpower these gates. He knows, or the Stargates rather, he knows that the Phoenixes are a problem.
Okay, so, I mean, this is a pretty great attack here from Dark. I mean, the fact that he's unpowering all this stuff, it's going to be a while before he can really get this up and running, even taking out the Templar Archives. Taking a lot of damage in the process, though.
These are good pickoffs. So this is, like, he just eliminated all the tech that counters mutas in a way.
Yeah.
No more Archons. Phoenix is down for a little bit. He is going to go ahead and repower those Stargates now. Honestly, I want to see the Fleet Beacon. If you're going to go Phoenixes, you may as well get the range. All right, a lot of Lings coming in and actually getting on top of these Archons. Look at this. The Muta's fighting very hard, but, I mean, there's a lot of Stalkers here. Phoenix is here as well. He has to pull back. He does have those 86 drones. Is this the Zerg versus Protoss equivalent of just getting a huge economy going pure Bane against Terran?
Maybe. Yeah, it's funny how it works because, like, these units that Zoun is making, they do, like, on paper counter mutas, but it's really about the way that Zerg can produce, you know, tons of mutas at once. And if you come in here and you snipe down the Phoenix or the Archon or any of this other stuff, it becomes a lot harder to kind of keep the core amount of units that actually allow you to win these fights. Now you can basically target down these Stalkers
Look at that. The Mewtwo's dealing huge amounts of damage. He does have more Phoenixes coming out. He's microing them pretty darn well. And some Zealots going on to counterattack, which is very, very smart here. Kind of dividing the attention here of Dark. Zealots, he's kind of setting them and forgetting them and microing heavily against the Mewtwo's. So he will push the Mewtwo's out of his base, I think. Yeah, there they go.
He's going to get even more out here. And, I mean, these Zealots are now, you know, he's starting to drive them away. There's so many Mewtwo's out here now. And yet we talk about how these Phoenixes can kind of kite the Mewtwo's. It definitely, but that goes away when you run out of map.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Ling's getting into that third base location. Almost nothing left defensively. So it looks like that base will be taken out. You know what? I think Dark is on the edge of just killing him at this point.
I've never quite casted a game like this, by the way. It's very, very different from what we normally see here. But I think Dark made some real adjustments in his play, and I think the Mewtwo switch and then the Mewtwo commitment really threw off Zoun.
Yeah. Like, I mean, he kept on getting Archons and everything, but he never quite got the critical mass. They got split up quite a bit. Dark was very aggressive trading. And now Dark is mining so much, and Zoun just is not.
Okay, here comes that counterattack. We have a lot of Queens coming over here to try to help out. Zealot's sitting in another location, but I'm worried that right now Dark just has too much on the map and in the bank.
Might. The Phoenix is trying their best. There are a lot of Zealots out here, and the Archon Stalker will, like, buy some time.
I just don't think that there's any way to deal with this many Mewtwo's. I mean, Protoss is on 3 bases that are going to mine out eventually. Zerg may take a pretty big economic black eye back here, taking some losses of his own. But I think as the dust settles from this fight, Zerg has a bajillion Mutalisks out on the map, and Protoss doesn't have the economy to dig their way out of this.
Yeah,
67 Mutas killed this game. That's insane.
Yeah, that's a lot, and he still has 40. It's crazy. But there are 4 Phoenixes only, 2 Archons only, so Zoun is basically out of here. You'd have to completely clump these and fly them over all the Archons.
I mean, Dark is the master, man. I mean, he just really gets how Zerg operate. He's going to come in here to the only viable expansion that his opponent has. He comes through here and just continues to wreak havoc. Yeah. We have Zoun at 71 supply. Dark not far away from maxing out, now making Corruptors again, so we can try to fight these Phoenixes. Unpowers the pylon.
Oh my god, just killing everything as it flies around here. And, I mean, the Phoenix micro, it's good, but obviously when you're down over 100 supply, this is not going to be enough.
Look at that. Turns on a dime, takes the Phoenixes out. GG. Dark defeats Zoun. In one of the more unusual series I have ever seen, to be honest. I mean, the Cannon Rush that failed, the 3-gate proxy that failed, then Zoun plays a graceful macro game and wins. Dark makes the right adjustments. But, I think it would have been better if he saved some of those strats for, maybe later parts of the series.
Maybe, yeah. You could be right about that.
Dark definitely adjusted after game 3.
Yeah. It felt like they were both trying to mind game each other a little bit there in game 4. And obviously not quite working out for Zoun. The complete commitment for Mutas was, I think it surprised Zoun even, because he had the right types of units, the right types of tech, that he could have countered it a little bit harder and been more efficient. That's really all he would have needed. For a long time, they were trading pretty evenly to slightly efficient for Zoun, and it could have gotten better for him than that too.
All right, I think we're going to be going to a commercial in a second here, but I got to say, this is a cool finals that we have. Zest, Dark. I think this was, along with Zest, Zoun, I think the least likely. Big surprises there to see Zest get this far. I don't know how Zest is going to fare against a Zerg like Dark.
Well, he can beat him. It's definitely possible. Like, his PVZ is probably not quite as prepped as his PVT was, considering those are the matches he's already played. But don't forget, he's the guy that finally killed Rogue in a best-of-7. So
that is true.
I mean, he can play some nasty PVZ.
And I also don't think that Dark had to give up a whole lot of his style in that series either.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I think what Zoun did is sort of off on its own. So I think that's, beneficial here for Dark. And, I mean, Zest can come in with whatever he has planned. I don't think Zest intended to do any cannon rushes or, gateways that don't have, warp on them, man. I don't know. That was such a strange game.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I do look forward to this finals. I think it's fair to say, though, that Dark is the favorite looking at this.
I think you're probably right about that, but I can't get my mind off of when Zest took down Rogue, right? So
yeah, and he beat Maru just today.
Yeah.
And made it look easy. So he's clearly taking this seriously. He clearly is okay altering his style and kind of upping that.
Yeah.
So we'll see what he's got.
And honestly, even if you look at like Game 3 and Game 4, you can see weaknesses in Dark's ZVP. He's not invincible in the matchup.
Right.
So I think if Zest brings his absolute best play, if he's remembering some of his air toss type builds and strategies, that could do well enough for him. I mean, it's 7 games. It's a long time. You got to really be able to grind it out.
Right. Yeah, that's a lot of games where you're going to have to show different styles of play and be able to like adapt and mix it up, throw a cheese in here or there. Again, I feel like with Dark, we barely scratched the surface of his approach to the game in general.
He actively didn't play like he normally plays, actually. Like,
yeah,
against Skytoss going mass Corruptor, that's not actually how he does it. He actually makes less Corruptors than every other Zerg against Skytoss.
Well, then also to just commit to mutas in a very
that was weird.
Unusual game. Anyways, quick break. We'll be right back, guys, with the finals. Don't go away.
Tears are falling on my cigarette, and no one can hear me. And you let me down, so I can call baby you are a monster, baby you will leave me again, baby you are a monster, baby you will leave me again. I'm drowning in this crazy room. There's no one to save me, 'cause I'm on my own here, yeah. Tears are falling on my cigarette, and no one can hear me. And you let me down, so I can call you. I don't need help, babe, I'm falling into the same thing, 'cause I slid this. I wanna heal him. This don't hurt my feelings, yeah. Baby you are a monster, baby you will leave me again. overtaken, playing with the line of fire. Patient in the pain, waiting but the stakes get higher. And if I'm being honest, the words like bullets don't miss. And I can't hold them in. I got my mind made up. My mind. I got my mind made up. I got my eye on the escape. Smoke against the water now. Rehabilitation, spitting all your poison out. And if I'm being honest, it's like I'm shedding my skin. And I feel so light. I got my mind made up. My mind. I got my mind made up. I got my mind made up. The embers they fall on your parade. Your pride is a vapor with no trace.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기! 다!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기! 다!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기! 다!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫6.
Africa TV, Freak Up Studio, live. 2022 Hot 6 GSL Super Tournament, Season 1.
Welcome back, everybody. We have an interview with our two players here, Zest and Dark. And Andy, you ready to just take this away now? Or?
All right, we're gonna have an interview with the finalists, Zest. This is the 12th season of the Super Tournament, and a lot of the other players have made it to the Super Tournament finals, but you, on the other hand, this is your first Super Tournament finals, and you've beaten Maru just now. Until now, you've had no success in the Super Tournament, so how are you going to play today? Well, I met Maru in the round of 4, and I thought it would be a very, very hard game. But today, I feel like I'm on a roll, and I think I'm going to be able to play really well. Then Zest. The world's strongest Terran, Maru, is down. And now your next opponent is no less than Maru, it is Dark. So how do you think you're going to perform today against him? I feel like the top 3 in Korea is Rogue, Maru, and Dark. And 2 of those players I have beaten. So all there left is Dark, and I'm going to eliminate him today. Dark, you're not the number 1, you're not number 2, you're number 3 in his ranking. And he has just defeated Maru to get here. And Zest says as long as there's no Maru, he'll be able to lift the trophy. What do you think about that? Well, before coming here, I looked at the brackets, and I felt like if I defeat Zoun, I'm going to be playing against Maru. But what a surprise, it is Zest standing on my way. You know, I saw him playing today, he was winning 2-0. And then when I saw Zest 2-0, I knew that today I'll be able to lift the trophy. Because Zest will be my opponent in the finals. Then Dark. So he has just regarded you as one of the top 3 players in Korea. Then how do you rate Zest? I mean, he's definitely one of the best Protoss players out there. I mean, today it's not going to be an easy game for sure. So, you know, he's a picky player to play against. But why do you keep smiling, Dark? What is the meaning behind the smile? You know, everything just seems so funny to me right now. Zest, right now it seems you're just focused on winning the game. Meanwhile, Dark is like putting a smile on his face. What does this mean? What about this matchup? Well, after this matchup, I think I'm gonna be the one who's smiling, not him. Then Zest, before we get into the game, anything you want to say? Well, he's the same teammate as me, Dragon Phoenix Gaming. I mean, I meet him quite frequently, And this is an offline match in a long time. So I hope we had an entertaining match today. Then Dark, what about you? Oh, why is Dark keep smiling? Yeah, I just want to dive into the game right now. I have nothing much to say. What will be the secret behind Dark's smile? We're gonna kick the match now. Here comes the finals.
All right, let's do this. Thank you for the translation, Andy. We are ready to get into the GSL Super Tournament Finals here. Zest versus Dark. And what an interesting finals. I mean, obviously Zest is an extremely accomplished StarCraft 2 pro, but Dark really does take the cake when you compare the two. And, you know, Zest has not had the greatest success. I mean, he's had highs and lows in the last couple of years, but a lot of people thought he might be on his way out. He's coming in here in 2022 looking, to be honest, stronger than ever. I mean, the way he beat Maru was almost inspirational.
It's actually, I'm almost more impressed with Zest now than I used to be, right? Like, he was definitely it's been for a very long time, he's been the most successful Protoss in GSL history.
Right.
As far back as like 2016, he was tying MC's records at least. But here we are in 2021 and then 2022, and he's really come back into full form. And he doesn't win every match. He doesn't look like the utter, you know, solid play of a Maru or a TY or a Dark or a Rogue necessarily. Well, actually, he looks kind of like Rogue, where he has great tournaments and he has bad tournaments. But you gotta, I mean, hats off to the guy. He is a badass when he's in shape, and he continues to be the most successful Protoss in GSL history. And he's gonna add to that here tonight, perhaps.
And, I mean, it would be such a milestone to win this Super Tournament now. I think if Dark wins, he really just reasserts his dominance as, you know, it was mentioned in the interview, top 3 players in the region.
Yeah.
And a player that seems to understand Zerg in a way that is almost terrifying to the opponents that he goes up against, where even that last game he played, he kind of reinvented, you know, the approach to the matchup when you'd go against air toss and then just go hard into mutas and never back down, and ultimately just kind of win the game.
That was an interesting concept.
Yeah. But it's all going to come down to this: no Terrans, just one Protoss and one Zerg. A best of 7 here for our GSL Super Tournament Finals. Zest, you know, as well as he's played here and even defeating Maru, you have to say he's still probably the underdog.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but anything can happen. Zest is playing well. Let's get into game number 1.
Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
All right, so I tell you, if Zest wins this, like, I can't get it out of my head that he did defeat Rogue in that best of 7. We never thought that Rogue would ever lose a best of 7.
That's right.
So that is a big deal there. And then to take down Maru here tonight, and he looked pretty dominating during that. Here he is against Dark, and that would be not a very long period of time where he's taken out the 3 best players in Korea, which I think once you do that and you're, you know, the most successful GSL Protoss, you can kind of add your name to the list, you know? Like, I know he hasn't been the most solid for the last few years, but here he is, and you can't really argue with results. That's what tournaments are all about, is results tastes.
Yeah, that's why we do this. It's funny when you see people talk about like tournaments and then be like, well, that doesn't count because of this and this. And I'm like, well, why are we doing this then? You know?
Yeah.
The whole reason why we have these is because they do count.
Yeah, tournaments truly are what counts at the end of the day. Like, this is actually the highest form of competition, is a LAN tournament.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, there you have it.
So we did see Dark go for the block there. This drone dangerously low on HP. If turned incorrectly, will eat another hit from the probe. And we saw the hatchery block down there at the bottom of the map, but ultimately all 3 hatcheries get up in the spots you want them to be, just in a different order. So I think not too much interference coming here from Zest. No. Now, we just finished the Zoun Dark series, and I think it's worth mentioning again, I don't think that series should be appearance-wise representative at all of what this series looks like. I think Zest's playstyle is so different from Zoun's.
Yeah.
Whether that be the air toss or the cheese that Zoun went for. By the way, a quick correction here. We were casting that cannon rush. It turns out, and the cannon rush is happening all very quickly, but apparently Zoun accidentally canceled the first cannon that he made when he was trying to cancel the additional pylon he made next to that.
Yeah.
And
I only saw the when they clicked on the other one, it was actually a pylon that he canceled. So
yeah,
that was
so
makes a lot more sense now.
Yeah. So basically, the rush was timed out, but the execution was not clean from Zoun.
Yeah, that's too bad. That's a rough.
Well, I mean, that'll
loss.
happen, man. Sometimes when you have stuff like that, like a rush where it all comes down to you actually just being very precise, you'll see pro gamers that are trying to keep 400 APM for absolutely no reason in the first couple minutes, where it's probably better to just slow down and make sure you do that right if the entire thing is hinged on just having those things up in time in that order,
Well, yeah, and the thing is, every player that's actually played a good amount of games has accidentally canceled
For
a
sure.
building that's wrong, whether that's, it's definitely something I know that happens to Terran players where you try to get your SCV off, but you click on the building itself.
Oh, yeah.
Where, if the SCV is under attack and you escape, and then you cancel the building, you're like, oh.
Yeah. Then you just leave the game.
And that was that moment for Zoun, basically, where it's like he's making a cannon and a pylon, and the wrong one gets canceled.
He literally
suddenly
canceled the most important cannon in the cannon rush, the first one.
Yeah.
The one that's supposed to defend the rest of the cannons that snowball the fight to your win. So that's what happened there. But I don't know if we're going to have any cannon rushes at all this time around here. I do want to point out that we did have a Void Ray opening build here with a third base coming down, an Oracle after the Void Ray for Zest.
Yeah.
So this is kind of looking like Game 3 and Game 4 of Zoun and Dark. The question is where does this develop to? Because air weapons is now started over here. I mean, it does seem like Zest giving a bit of a nod to the kind of tech that we saw some success there with Zoun.
And well, Zest has actually people forget sometimes that Zest oftentimes has been the strategic leader in Korea for Protoss. And in fact, the multiple Stargate Void Ray third base builds, he's the first Korean Protoss that was doing that. Now, his was originally a 3 Stargate into Storm build, but I think it's been really refined since then, so I'm excited to see if he's going to bring anything a little bit original or a little bit different here to the build. And, hey, there's a Forge. I'm trying to think if we normally see Forge. That Forge makes me feel like this is going to be a few Void Rays into a Gateway timing attack.
Could be.
Because you don't really need cannons with this. Shield Battery Void Ray is generally good. I mean, maybe he wants to fly around and harass a bit more with the Voids, and so he wants cannon, but I don't know. Just throwing that out there.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think he's probably going to try to switch into ground a little bit more quickly here. One of the tricky things for the Zerg is it's hard to scout very much. What they're doing over here. When you have that Void Ray out, it can basically kill Overlords or Lings or anything like that. So he might be trying to throw Dark off with a quicker interruption into ground tech.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. Okay, so he did make a cannon. So that could be where he just has that built in. Oh, a third Stargate. Okay, here we go. Now, he does have the Robo, so generally when you get a Robo like this, it is for that Disruptor.
Well, I think it makes sense, especially if you're going to push in there. If you can get Disruptors under the Queens or...
Yeah.
Any
if they try to push and you have Disruptors against the Queen push...
Oh, you just win. Yeah. What?
Heal through that.
Get
Queens.
out of town.
Get out of here, Queens.
And again, Zerg doesn't get to identify right away how the tech is developing here. There's a lot of secrets that can be kept inside the Protoss space when you're doing an opening like this one.
Yeah. I'm excited to see which direction Dark goes in here, because obviously we saw him go heavy Corruptor, and we talked about why that might not be the play. He is getting Roach speed, +1 range. He's making 4 Queens at a time. The Spire's almost done. But we haven't seen the Infestation Pit, right? I don't believe we've seen that yet. So normally Dark does like to go for a pretty quick hive against Sky Toss.
Yeah, he's still coming in here and poking with those Void Rays. The carrier production started, by the way. Really, Protoss gets to sit back and really power up when you're doing this. And a lot of Zergs in the past used to try to attack into the Protosses to no effect at all. And it kind of fed into the strategy. But the play nowadays is to just tech along with them. You know, there are games, and this is certainly one of them, where you basically get into a position where you're both in super macro mode. It's like you're almost both playing a single-player speedrun race of, you know, development on each side.
Very much so, yeah.
It's actually a very fun way to play. I think it can seem dull to the viewer, but honestly, when you see that race kind of start up and everybody's trying to cut corners wildly.
Yeah.
Now, with this number of queens and the fact that he wants to tear down these rocks, it seems like Dark is pretty confident that he's found a sore spot that he can come in here and punish.
I tell you what, Tasteless, I don't think he has. I don't like this from Dark. Like, as soon as Zest saw more Corruptors, he's added a bunch of gates. I believe he just finished his Templar Archives, and he switched back into Voids, which just do better. Plus, he has Disruptors for these Queens walking across.
Yeah, I think you're probably right, but I mean, it's undeniable when you see all those Queens still sitting there outside that area.
Yeah.
He had intentions of really taking a fight, but they're actually moving up. They're at the bottom of our screen here.
He wants to do it. If there's one Disruptor. I don't know if he has a second one on the way, but like 2 Disruptors will really destroy
Well,
these
he
Queens.
needs to start having this damage snowball pretty quickly. Another tag over here onto the Queens.
And now, don't forget, this is a 4th base. Zest is not necessary. If he loses this base, it hurts, but it doesn't mean he's 100% dead. Where are those? Where's the Disruptor? Definitely want to see that come out.
Okay, he's going to target down that carrier, eliminating a lot of the complexity here for the air fleet that Protoss has.
A couple of vials coming down. The Disruptors are trying to make their way down here. If he can get the double Disruptor hit on the Queens, it's pretty huge.
You know, it seems like this was almost timed out to get here right before Disruptors.
Well, he could have had more Disruptors. It's just he was buying other stuff.
Well,
wow.
I mean, Dark suddenly makes this look very easy. Now, Zealot Archon could fare well against this. Actually, I guess not with the bottlenecking. Shield battery. I think Dark has just outright won the game. The main is going to be rotted out with the Corruptors, and it does go to show you that I guess Zoun and Zest, while they were trying roughly the same strategy, the execution was entirely different. I don't think that Zest can recover here.
Huh. Yeah, I think you're right. I think he's pretty screwed at this point.
And I mean, I guess the quicker shift in the ground really let the Corruptors kind of hammer away at the void-raising carriers, and then there really just wasn't a whole lot of time to try to get into a ground army because, you know, and look, Zest is still on 3 bases, so it's not like he has no future here, but I do think the fact that Zerg is maxed out leaving the fight is a very bad sign.
Yeah, certainly it is. He's like twice the army supply right now. More drones as well. Yeah, that was certainly painful. I want to know what the story was with the Disruptors. Like, obviously he made 1 Disruptor then stopped, but he took like 100 years to bring the Disruptor down as well. He really needed, like, if he had 2 Disruptors at the 3rd as the Queens come in, I think that hold is not that hard. Like, I don't think he loses the base. You know, if you start hitting Disruptor shots over and over on those Queens, they're just going to run out of energy. You're going to be able to plow through everything.
He's going to have a really good angle here to surround this. I think there's a little bit of just one control group too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It does seem like there's roaches kind of moving around the edge over there. But I don't know, man. I mean, again, Zerg is in such good shape. By the way, 17 mutas coming here.
Oh, boy.
Which is going to make, quick work of the 1 Archon, and then, of course, you can target Disruptors or whatever you want.
Well, yeah, at this point,
I mean,
really whatever you want.
We really are in the twilight of this game 1 here. I just don't see any real outs right now, any real way to recover, you know. And, you know, the next big unit comp switch here for Dark is on the way.
Yeah, the 18 mutas coming over. Like, the Stalker's going to have the worst time trying to chase those down. Corruptor's still trying to add their damage all over the place, trying to be as useful as they possibly can be.
Trying to get any value you can out of them, you know.
Dark's creep spread is pretty insane at this point up at the 4th base. Having killed both those Nexuses, and now the Muta's coming in. This is lights out for Zest.
And yeah, I mean, I think we're going to see GG. Kind of anticlimactic ending here. I mean, really, when that attack came in there and did the damage it did and the disruptors weren't out in time, it was basically curtains, man.
Yeah.
Game was over.
So we should be seeing GG any second.
Yeah, Zest processing the loss and
honestly,
probably thinking about game 2 already as far as what strategy does he want to do.
I liked how Zest played it, except he just, I guess he didn't take that seriously enough. And Dark did do it differently. It was less crufters, more queens than he did against Zoun.
He did not respect the fact that Dark would probably shift into a ground comp a little bit quicker, because all he needs to do is have the safety net of the disruptor there. And then if that attack does indeed come, you shut it down. If not, fine. I'm going to keep powering up as I was before. But I think a small miscalculation there for Zest in what was overall a pretty well-played game. Yeah. Now we go to game 2 and see if he can make the right adjustments. Again, Dark looking very competent, very comfortable in any game where, there's a real emphasis on the macro.
Yeah. Well, he gets so good if you give him any economy. And then he's also so good if you don't. Like, what the hell?
Curious Minds for map 2. Let's go.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
Okay, so, overall today we've seen a lot of games that have kind of gone into this void ray tech, trying to basically keep the Zerg at bay while the Protoss, builds out the rest of the tech tree. And let's see if Zest continues with that. I mean, Zest has really, I think, built a lot of his success in the past off of Adepts and Warp Prisms. That was when Legacy of the Void was in a very different time. But he's still been very sharp with his timing attacks. It is cool to see in this tournament specifically that he's really reinvented a lot of his play style, or is at least building out a bigger toolkit of approaches. Yeah. So that he can actually.
Well, that's when Zest peaks, is when he innovates some new stuff, like fixes up build orders. Like a lot of the Void Ray third bases, he's responsible for. A lot of the old 2 Stargate Phoenixes builds, he's responsible for. The most recent Glaive Resurgence from a few years ago, that's him. That was him at Katowice, where he beat Rogue one series and then lost him in the finals with it. But yeah, I mean, if he's that's when Zest is really good. He like comes up with something new that people are gonna have a hard time with for a little bit, and then everyone copies him and it dies off, and he has to do it again.
He's got to figure out how to bring it back.
Yeah. But he is playing well. Like I mean, there were mistakes that last game, but in a different timeline, like half the timelines he wins at and half he doesn't.
It is a funny thing though. I think, not appreciating that in fact on a map where you're pretty far apart like that one, Dark would actually just commit with the queens, and go for it. I think, he wasn't quite respecting that situation because, I mean, with the disruptor shots, he nukes the queens and the game goes on. But, once Dark got in there with that first attack, that was the only attack he really had to win. Everything else was very easy.
Yeah. How do you like Dark's choice in these games to sack the drone? Like, he's harassing the minerals just a little bit, but also getting these scouts off.
I think it's good.
Yeah, I like it too.
I think it's definitely worth losing the mining minerals and the drone to just kind of, because it's Zest, right? I mean, for all the reasons we've said that Zest has had some success, and Dark really does thrive when he's left to his own devices. And if we do see, any kind of build that has a lot of the same themes that we saw in game 1, I mean, look, Zoun did it in one of the games. I don't know how often these Protosses can do it in a lot of games in a row against Dark. That's the thing. Any of these races in StarCraft 2 or StarCraft 1 that are the growth-oriented race, that's the way the matchup functions. As this race is growing, the other, like it's like a fire that's burning across the map, and the other race is like the, firemen trying to put it out and extinguish it. there has been an approach that we've seen where, like, okay, leave them alone and actually try to build your own wildfire. Pretty big kills here, by the way, on these drones.
Yeah.
So, just to go back to that point that I was making earlier, I mean, this Stargate build with the Void Rays that we saw earlier is kind of like the Protoss changing the game to where they also get to be like a Zerg of their own and kind of power up. And it's different from a lot of the other ways that the match has worked before. Now, this time around, there's a second Oracle coming here, and a third one is about to finish.
Yeah,
so this is a very different approach
it is.
Than the last game, which was, you know, the Void Ray is a conservative route. The Oracle, it can be risky, but if you manage to find opportunities, you're going to kill drones, you're going to stun drones. And it really does test the limits. And we have a fourth Oracle coming here now as well.
Oh, interesting.
So
yeah, you don't see that very often.
Very rarely.
Yeah. Once upon a time, you would go mass Oracles, but certainly not. Yeah, certainly not something that we see very often. This is exciting, though. Yeah, definitely very different. He has gotten some good harassment done already. And, you know, honestly, you make this many Oracles, as long as you're not flying around wasting energy, Zerg can't really attack you. Oracle damage output is very, very high.
Yeah. And granted, you know, their damage is limited to when they can be attacking, but not a bad way to do it. And, you know, if Zerg's going to try to take a fourth base, he's going to have to be ready for the fact that these 4 Oracles can come in and just start to blast things down if there isn't the right amount of defense here.
Could end up diving on Queens as well.
Sure.
I don't think he will here. Tries to keep the hurt one in the back. Oh, this is great defense from Dark, I think.
Yeah, he's reacting very nicely and not even losing a Queen. Takes out a drone here or there. I think it's forgivable.
Yeah. I still think this was a good defense from Dark. Like, he zoned him out pretty well. He moved the drones pretty well. Loses 4 drones, but I mean, Zest bought 4 Oracles. If he wasn't getting some drones, it would be a travesty.
Yeah, I mean, you should be able to get some worker kills there when you've invested that heavily into probably the best worker sniper in the game.
Yeah.
Now we've got Stalker Blink being upgraded. And I got to say, Zest is coming here with a very different type of game. You know, Blink is on the way here with the +1 attack. Some more gateways are being used to fill this in. And we've got Dark on 3 bases. No 4th yet. But I do think there's going to be a point of tension when that 4th base is taken.
Oh, for Zest?
No, for Dark. I think when the Stalkers with Blink come out in mass.
I feel like Dark should be making the 4th right now.
Seems like it. But he's actually sending roaches across the map. He might know some kind of timing that we don't.
Well, the Oracles are harassing so hard. That's a huge amount of his money's been put into that, which means all the other production was later as well. So he might not have much defense.
But he might know this all in because the Oracles killed that, but they're not going to be able to attack in this.
Exactly.
They're not going to be able to defend in this attack, and so. I might be wrong, but I feel like Dark has a timing here where he's just going to kill them, and you know, all the power that the Oracles had here are basically muted because they don't have the energy to fight. They don't have the numbers to deal with Queens.
Yeah, I think you could be right about that. He does have some cannons here. He is warping in some more shield batteries. Very important stuff, but that's a lot of biles that can come down as well.
Yeah, a lot of transfuses buying time. We've got another big warping of Stalkers. Blink is done.
He blows up 2 of the batteries already. That's really painful.
Yeah.
The Oracles come over and add what damage they can. They do pick off a few Lings, but everything gets pulled back a bit.
There's more Roaches and Lings on the way now. The Lings are really here to tank while the Ravagers are here to deal the extra damage. That last sentry, actually...
the overcharge keeps him alive a long time, but
he's finally picked off.
And another last sentry over here on the left. No energy left, I think. Some biles going down, but Blink is being utilized. Is Zest going to hold on?
Yeah, Zest does it, man. Very nice.
Yeah. That was an excellent hold.
Yeah.
And I got to say, like, the one thing we're seeing from Zest in both these games that I feel like we don't see from Protoss very often, he's adding cannons here and there defensively.
Yeah, it's okay to make cannons.
A lot of Protoss feel like, oh, no, you just make the batteries. It's even cheaper. It's so great. The batteries are broken, LOL. But actually, I mean, these cannons are adding a lot of very important damage to these holds that he's doing.
Couple thoughts on that. I think that attack would have worked better if there wasn't that giant cavity in the middle of the fight. Like watching the Queens kind of try to run around that over and over.
Yeah.
Seems like the idea of that works if the map is a little bit different, but the fact that Zest was able to utilize the geography around the fight
To
Very
be
smart
fair,
stuff.
if that wasn't there, I don't think he'd be taking that base as his third.
That's true.
Because then
too.
you look at that attack, you're like, yeah, never.
Yeah. We can keep changing our decisions and how we analyze this based off what the map isn't. I'm like, but the thing is, if there were no minerals there, he wouldn't expand there.
If this was an island map, Mutas would have been a better call.
Glittering Ashes for map 3. Zest and Dark tied up 1-1.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
You know, there's nothing that makes the Zerg do those all-ins, right? With the queens getting pulled, unless you just think, okay, well, I can come in here and end the game. But rarely do you see Dark get shut down when he makes that call, you know?
Yeah. I think we host the wrong map, by the way.
So
I believe that we are jumping out of this because, as you said, right, you were saying it was Glittering Ashes and they got into Burlingrat. I'm like, there aren't dogs on Glittering
That's right.
Ashes. It's too hot.
I know. They'll
for
get
dogs to be on
paws
Glittering
would get
Ashes.
melted walking around on that magma.
Yeah. So we're going to go ahead and rehost on the correct map.
Anyways, I mean, I'm glad to see this is tied up 1-1. Curious to see how the rest of the games are going to go. That was really a game where Dark's all-in was shut down, mid-game all-in. We see Zergs do this quite often when they've got enough queens and they think, you know what, this Protoss is being a little bit too greedy. It's time to punish that.
Yeah. The hold by Zest was really fantastic.
Making cannons, dude, not just batteries.
Cannons, batteries.
The extra damage that comes out from those, what was it, 3 cannons? You know,
2 or 3,
we saw the batteries get wiped, and a lot of times that's when you know the rush is over. That's why he was staying back there with the Ravagers, is just kill off the batteries and then snowball the damage. But then you've got enough DPS from those cannons too.
All right, we are loading the correct map. I wonder if we'll resume from replay for Burlingrat.
Game start.
I don't think we've ever had that situation before. Not that I can remember.
Yeah, it seems like that's one of the only times that's happened in our studio. The wrong map loaded up.
Yeah.
So this is going to be another hatchery block here with the probe coming out across the map. This is maybe our prettiest new map.
Yeah. Those cleaning bots. There's a pretty malfunctional Tasis. They're on creep. They're not doing anything special.
That's right. Can you imagine if they clean the creep up?
That'd be amazing. I think Zergs might veto this map, though. So does block the hatch, forces it at the third base from Dark. You think it's another Stargate opener?
Probably, yeah.
I think so.
I feel like we're going to have one game where he expands and doesn't do a Stargate opener.
Yeah.
Just because that feels a little bit like the way Zest would play a best of 7. You know?
should have one game.
There's one game where it's like speed lots and a war prism, and he just, you know, tries to catch him off guard. But yeah, I mean, let's see what he wants to do.
Nexus goes up. Score afterwards.
And yeah, we got to wait for that core to finish, man, to really have an idea.
It's like the old days.
It's true.
It is true. When you don't make any units till your core is done, there's not a lot to talk about. I'm like, yeah, look at that. He's trying to glitch the minerals a little bit. Little tiny bit.
But I think you're right. Probably a Stargate next. We have one Adept warping in here too. And there it is, Stargate. Now, in game 1, we saw the Void Ray made. Game 2 was 4 Oracles, which was pretty cool to see from Zest. And, you know, I think, you know, Dark thought that maybe that would play into his hands. You know, the moment that the Oracles came to harass, they couldn't also help defend. That's certainly what I thought when I saw the attack coming out. But solid defense here this time around. Now, we don't know if it's going to be Oracles or Void Rays. It doesn't seem like the 4 Oracle build is something you're going to bring out several times in a series, whereas the Void Ray seems to be one of like the core builds you want to keep with you in a series like this.
For sure. Well, let's see. Finishes up. Void Ray it is, but don't know how many. Sometimes it goes Void Ray, Oracle. Sometimes, well, I think generally I do like Void Ray builds which pop an Oracle in pretty quickly. It's just the scouting is so much better.
Right. So this Adept going to shade up here. We did see that all-in that we were talking about Dark likely to do in one of these games coming up here. I don't think this map necessarily is a desirable one to try to do another Queen all-in on, unless you really, you know, identify some type of weaknesses there.
Yeah, yeah. I can't disagree with that. Trying to go up a ramp or whatever is never fun. Those very slow Queens. So Oracle into a 3rd Nexus very quickly. And as Warp Gate finishes, we'll get to see, is he going to start that air attacks?
So, there's the air weapons. Man, this is the build. If you want to play straight up against Zerg, this is it.
Oh, absolutely.
Clearly.
100%.
Oracle right after that. Here to try to snipe some drones.
You don't want to try to fight the Zerg units on the ground, man. Just be in the sky above them.
Second Stargate. Now, it does seem like there's an approach you can take, Artosis, where you can, you know, get a bunch of Void Rays and then switch to carriers, but we have seen people that just stick on Void Rays for a really long period of time.
Yeah.
What do you think we're going to have this time around?
I think you do have to go into, well, like you said, there are definitely games that we see where they do stick on the Void Rays, they get the speed, they run around, try to snipe patches and stuff like that can be cool, but I think you put a lot of pressure on your opponent by going into carrier, because carriers scale very, very well.
That
like
is a
once
good
you
point.
actually get a decent amount, like the first couple, not that big a deal.
It does seem like the speed for the Void Ray, and you come out and you try to zap stuff down, almost is like a fork in the build order, where like I'm going to catch you off guard because you think I can't attack you, and now I can, you know?
By the way, this is going to be a Nidus all-in, Ling Queen.
Wow, he's going to do another one. Okay.
Yeah. Now, it looks like he's going to go for the main. Yeah,
and this has been pretty effective against this build before. You know, Void Rays, they can't target down, you know, an innumerable amount of Lings that are coming at them.
I thought he was going to go for the main because that Overseer.
Well, he only has one Nidus, right?
Yes. But he can, what he'll probably do, I think, is pop that down and then try to make one in the main wall.
I think that's probably what's coming.
Yeah.
I
know Rogue would do that for sure.
Well, I think in this day and age, your 2 Niduses is always better than 1, right? But why not have them pop out at the unusual area to have attack? And so he comes out here with those Lings. Now, just below our screen here, we have a bunch of Queens coming up. So he's going to try to come here and peg the Void Ray.
Yeah, I think he has to give up this Nexus. There's just so many Queens coming down right now. Like, he throws on the overcharge, but okay, he's going to stop the Nidus in the main base, which is certainly important. And he's going to kill the Overseer, so he takes the time on that, which makes a lot of sense.
Man, I feel like this dude shut down so hard, it's crazy.
That overcharge is doing all right for him, that is for sure. Also, the Stasis doing a great job here. More Lings come in, another Nidus up close. More shield batteries are behind. Yeah.
Is this enough to actually tip the Protoss over? Again, there's not a lot coming back. If you're unable to stop the this third base that's up here, you know, the Protoss would have to, or the Zerg would have to leave, you know, humiliated back to his base through the Nidus.
Oh, man. Well,
that's a dirty Nidus location right there.
Yeah.
One the Void Rays can't really get to very easily.
Okay, he does send a Void Ray up there to try to deal with it. It looks like that is going to finish. And the Void Rays continue to fight. These cannons and shield batteries doing a good job. Another Nidus going down immediately. Very Rogue-esque here from Dark. But everything seems to be getting held.
Yeah, it seems. Oh, and the fact that he snipes that, suddenly these queens are marooned in this location.
Yeah,
if they
run
go
all the way
off
back.
creep, they're just going to get shot down with ease. Oh,
Another
man, a lot of
overcharge.
veins.
Oh, the Banes are actually a great call here. They're going to get in and actually do more damage than anything else that's happened so far this game. The Nexus getting very, very low right now.
And, I mean, this Nexus is on the verge of death, but the queen count's getting lower. As I say that, though, more queens pop out of the Nidus. The new one to join this fight.
This is very, very close, but I think that Zest has held it tasteless.
Wow. Dude. Zest is insane. I can't even believe that.
That was a tough hold, too. Dark is not done. He's still making lings. He's still making queens. Zest is damaged.
Yeah, he's hurting for sure. And he's got a little attack ready down here. The thing is, I think the presence of the Nidus is going to draw those Void Rays down there anyways. I mean, they want to play cleanup right now. If you could just clear out the Zerg's presence, you're going to be fine. Going for the Cybernetics core, which is an interesting play, to say the least.
Oh, these Banelings coming in. You can't save the Nexus. I think he's just got to run what probes he has.
Okay, so he gets the Nexus. The final hurrah here from the Zerg.
But Void Ray's speed is done. He's making 3 carriers.
Yeah.
This still looks like a Zest win to me.
I think you're right. I think that with the Void Ray speed especially, he could suddenly be a threat on many parts of the map, unlike before.
Yeah, he can definitely kind of fly across. And with 3 carriers coming up, Queens are not going to deal with this very well. There is a Hydralisk Den on the way. Too little too late, though, I think. Like, he's got to play full defense against these Voids, which is going to buy time for Zest to get out more carriers, to get his new 3rd base up and everything.
I mean, you can really see how fast suddenly the Void Rays are able to come across the map. Immediate denial over there on top of the gas, popping an Overlord as well. And the moment you realize that the Queens are high enough in numbers that you don't want to deal with them, you just run. Yeah. And you can just start to cause damage on other parts of the map.
Yeah, there's no way to slow him right now. He can only zone them out. He does have 2 groups of Queens, one in the main, one in the 3rd. Voids will just fly away. Meanwhile, carriers defending that 3rd base very cleanly. More Voids being made, so going more for that speed rather than the overall damage output of those carriers. There are Hydralisk upgrades coming. And, I mean, Hydras can eventually beat Voids, but I don't think in these numbers. Like, I think, like you said, the Void Rays as well can just kind of run away if they're not going to win.
Right. I mean, yeah, with that speed upgrade, certainly you're a lot more mobile here. Now, the carriers are grouping up here in the middle. The Void Rays are going to merge up with them. Again, 3 Void Rays coming out at a time, which is an incredible amount of firepower. And he may try to just pressure point this area right over here. Now, I don't know how many Queens Zerg has, but it's got to be a lot.
It's certainly a lot, yeah. Some Spores trying to come up and join their damage as well, but, well, a lot of Interceptors are falling, but that means that also the Interceptors are tanking for him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, that just means that the Void Rays are going to be untouched for a little bit longer here. And we're going to start to see that number of Queens get a little bit lower and lower here. Is it enough to... There it is, GG. Dude, Zest is in the lead.
Yeah, 2-1.
Another game with an attempted, forced victory with the mass Queens coming out.
Yeah. Zest, yeah, it was a great defense, right? Like, he didn't even know it was coming until he heard the Nidus. But he set up more cannons, he set up more shield batteries, he was able to hold on for long enough. And Dark was pretty darn all in. He did not have anything fall back on. He had no upgrades or anything like that.
Right.
He was just going for the throat.
So, I think Dark might be trying to take advantage of his 5-minute break here.
Yeah.
Honestly, like,
surprised.
Here's the thing, it's like, you kind of have to be ready to pull the trigger at any point in time with aggression. As Zerg, I'll hold that thought, guys. Short break, we come back, game 4. Sorry, we'll be right back.
didn't love you, what would you do with me? What if I held you under my spell? We would just make believe. Little puppet on a string, I had you wrapped around my finger. You believed we could be happy ever after. You never saw it coming, even in your dreams. Lovers and liars, we're catching a fire. Lovers and liars, lovers and liars, we're catching a fire. Lovers and liars. If I told you my little secret, I've been in lock and key. Maybe I'll let you believe what you want to. Easier, don't you think? Little puppet on a string, I had you wrapped around my finger. You believed we could be happy ever after. You never saw it coming, even in your dreams. Lovers and liars, we're catching a fire. Lovers and liars. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it. Everybody know the drop when I'm in it.
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
오, 커뮤니티. 내 이름도 검색해볼까? 광민선 꽃받침? 광민선 각선미? 인기글은 내가 찾을 거야. 나이스! 감사합니다. e스포츠의 커뮤니티는 여기! 다!
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스. 어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지. 오늘이 모여 새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
힘들어도
어려워도 이렇게 멈추면 내가 아니지.
오늘이 보여.
새로운 날을 만든다. 나의 레벨은 다르다. 어나더 레벨 핫식스.
(2022) GSL Super Tournament Season 1
Finals.
with Hot 6.
The pyrotechnics are in use.
And Zest is on fire right now. He's playing really fantastically. Dark is going to have to change up his approach.
Yeah, Dark's tried the same killer move in two different ways. I mean, they were packaged differently in game 2 and 3, but the end result goal was the same, was to basically kind of gut punch the Protoss in the middle of development when, you know, they're trying to build up that air fleet, and you kind of shut it down in the process. But he's parried both those attacks, and I am curious how many more times we're going to see a mass queen push here.
Well, the queen's tasteless. Here's the thing. They're pretty slow off creep.
Yeah.
If Dark wants to do that, he needs to get Vipers to pull them very quickly to where they want to go.
We're going to go to map 4 now. Zest with a 2-1 lead in this GSL Super Tournament Finals.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
So once again, we've got a pylon at the entrance, another probe coming across the map to block the hatchery. I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, but let's see if there's another Void Ray opening or some kind of a Stargate opening here from Zest, because we've had some patterns already beginning to develop. And obviously, there's still a ton of different variations that you can do when it builds this early on, right? But I just want to put that out there because it does seem like, you know, if the Stargate tech starts to, you know, really develop here, Dark right now at least seems to think that he needs to come in and end the game.
Well, that's certainly what he's been trying, which is, I mean, you know, Dark's someone who always mixes in some aggression, and he does really like to try to end it early, and that's fine. But, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing him, if Zest goes for it again, go for that later game. Zest, in the past, hasn't really been known for his late game, although I think he fixed a lot of that when he played Rogue in that last Code S. But, you know, Dark's approach is really different than everyone else's, and we've seen other Zergs try to mimic it a little bit to varying success, you know, the Ultralisk-based anti-Sky Toss type of play.
Right.
And I wouldn't mind to see him try that against Zest. Like, I think Dark should still have confidence in his late game.
Yeah,
You give Dark a big economy and ways to switch things up, there's very few that can take him out, man. This guy's a world champion, you know?
He can actually kill that probe Or that drone, I mean, excuse me. Is he going to come back in there for it?
Yeah, he's coming for it. Are you kidding me? Oh, look at it run. What a coward.
Now, I agree with you, Artosis. I feel like Dark is very competent if he's able to develop. But, you know, there is something to be said about the fact that he's twice tried to just shut the game down.
Yeah.
And that could be that, you know, the Protoss players have really figured out this kind of, you know, how to balance on this knife's edge of developing and growing and basically surviving. To where maybe they are kind of scary. I mean, basically the carrier Void Ray gets set up right before the Zerg is finished getting all the bases that you need to kind of run a late game against Protoss.
Yeah.
So I don't know, maybe that's what's happening here. Now it's going to be a Void Ray if I had to guess. Yeah. I think that Oracle build is probably a one-off.
You're probably right. Yeah, I do want to see him continue down this road.
Now we've also had games where, you know, and I don't know how trendy this is right now, but one Void Ray into Mass Round or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, Protoss is a funny race in that it you know, it's true in StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2. I think more true in StarCraft 2, this statement, but that you need to kind of be able to switch it up in game enough different times to pull it off. It's at the highest level,
trickery
it
is
seems
part of like what they're actually strong at. Like
well, what they have to rely on, I think, is more importantly, not just that they're strong in it, that you can't really win without it, which is why I think there's a big burden on Protoss players in both PvZ and PvT, but I'd say right now more so in PvZ to kind of have these, you know, quick rotations or fake out builds or psych out the other side, where like Terran don't have to do this in some matchups. Like I think you look at TVZ and sometimes Terrans try to throw the Zerg off, but you can just kind of look at like what Innovation does, where he's very predictable and it still tends to work out very often.
Well, honestly, Protoss is somewhat designed like this anyways, right? Where, you know, basically you make the Cybernetics core and you have unlocked 3 different tech routes that you can make.
Exactly.
So that's actually a huge part of it, whereas Terran is completely linear. Right? Like you go barracks, factory, starport, and there isn't a different order.
Did he not cancel that?
He did not cancel that, dude. Holy crap.
I wasn't even going to say anything because
because that always gets canceled.
But he tried to last second it a little bit too last second-y.
Yeah, he's being that's brutal.
So bad.
But by the way, he's going glaives and he's getting fake +1 air. Like he's getting +1 air, but he's not making Stargate units. So he's trying to make this look similar to before.
Yeah.
But there's a Baneling Nest on the way.
Okay, I can't believe he lost that Nexus.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's too bad too. We were having a good talk about that, but
it is the branch of the 3 different core techs: the Stargate, the Robo, or the Twilight Council.
This makes for a big variety of different things that can happen at certain times. But anyways, Glaives is going to be finishing up here pretty quick. I don't think that Dark is going to die to this. Like. He's only on Lings, but the Baneling Nest is just, look, he's making like 5 Banes. So you can't finish the Shade if the Banes are nearby.
It does appear that Zest build is all but countered right now, guys.
Yeah, but he does, it's not like a 7-gate, you know?
Well,
it's like,
you're right.
It's a good amount. It's a good amount, but it's a lot of adepts.
It might just be failed adepts with an air weapons upgrade.
Yeah, it could be.
After that, and when next that was already killed off.
He does have 17 adepts. That's pretty serious.
All right, let's see if this is enough.
Okay, well, here come the Banes. And decent spreading.
Yeah. Actually, really good spreading, to be honest.
It's a lot of Queens still. He is making another 20 Lings, but there's not like a lot of...
hitting the hatchery.
Yeah, see, those Banes were in the perfect position. He could not finish it. He's going after the Queens now. That +1 air attack almost done. The Void Ray did die, so this won't actually do anything. Should have finished 1 there, I think. See if you can pop a couple Banes.
Not a bad idea.
Oh, he does have another Void. Okay.
All right, well, it's got +1. It's going to be even better at fighting these Lings, Artosis.
Now... All right, third base is up. More adepts being made. I do not like this position very much right now for Zest, but yeah, like look, there's a Hydraless Den on the way. Lingbane Hydra against Adept. I've seen it before, Tasteless. It's not pretty.
Yeah, well, you know, this was a pretty good callback to the early Zest days. I mean, I actually like the fake air weapons upgrade. That really, I think, sells the, the whole build, because especially in a game where you go Stargate every time, I think this is just like such a smart move. But it's not worked, and this is most likely going to be, tying this up 2-2.
Okay, well, he had 3 groups of adepts there. They finished in each location, but definitely the first group into the natural did very poorly. He's getting an okay amount of drones right now. Cancels the shade there.
There's probes that have already been killed off. A couple more to go now in the main.
Everything seems to be on fire for Zest right now.
Yeah, well, we may see him kind of wither up and die here at this rate. Like, he's dealing some damage to the Zerg, but it's important to emphasize that, the Zerg is developing at a way quicker rate here. I mean, the Robo's just now started. The Blink upgrade has just begun.
Yeah, and Zest is not even mining from his natural right now. Look at that, a few Banelings being made to try to slip into the 3rd base. This full probe saturation will be huge if they can get in there. Looks like Zest may end up finding that. So he's sending some adepts up the side. Forge getting started, trying to get into Blink. Oh boy. Let's see, I think those Banelings are waiting, right? That's what I've got my eye on right now, because that's almost like a game ender. If he gets in and wipes out most of the probes at the 3rd base, this is already so bad for Zest.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of good parries here from Dark, back at home, but it's eventually going to be Dark's turn to actually take a fight. I like the Banes being sent over here at these angles. It looks like, Zest's reaction speed is pretty good.
Yep. Gonna lose, basically nothing there. Now, is this going to be Colossus, or is this going to be Disruptor?
I think Colossus.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, you might be right.
I think the Disruptors aren't going to be as handy against Ling Bane. I mean, I guess that you could get some good shots on the Hydras, but...
It's hard on Creep to make that work.
Right.
But also, Disruptor can be good, too. Let's see it. I'm actually kind of excited to see which one it's going to be. Because, this has to work for Zest. Okay, he goes into Colossi, so he's looking for that consistent damage output. Because look at his army, right? Zest is getting into an army that's actually pretty decent for mid-game, but does not scale well. Adept Colossus can kill a bunch of low-tech Zerg stuff, but, over time, this is not what you ever see at the end of the game, right?
Okay, he's coming through with a lot of Banes. Now, the Banes target some of those adepts. Maybe a little bit wasteful when you see where the rest of this army really is.
Hey, so he didn't cancel that Nexus either, I don't think.
Oh, did he not?
I think he did not.
Ugh.
I did not see a number pop up.
Yeah, that means he didn't cancel it.
Lots of Lings and Banes.
This is definitely the worst game from Zest we've seen so far. He did kind of wager a bet by doing the build he did, and Dark is shutting it down pretty handily.
Yeah. He is going to need some really fantastic force fields here. This is a just ton of Banelings. 41 Banelings are out right now, but there you go. Those are great force fields. Here comes the flank of Banes. Oh, okay.
Dude, he's actually kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Let's see how this attack down here at the bottom. Some Banes going for the probes.
Yeah, and the Hydra's getting a nice arc off.
More Lings coming up here. That's going to pop the rest of these injured units.
Well, he does. Well, the overcharge goes away. 2 more Colossus popping out. He has to hold on to this base.
Thing is, all the Colossi are still alive. He's got a battery back here. He can actually...
Oh,
never mind.
Yeah, it doesn't pull that one quite back enough. And this is a lot of damage starting to stack up. Don't forget that behind this, Dark has 77 drones, so
yeah,
even if he does not kill him all the way here, he's in way better shape. And Zest knows it. Tied up 2-2.
Okay, good game.
We have a serious series here.
A lot of mind games going on. I was mentioning earlier we were going to see at least one Adept Rush somewhere in here. I thought it would be without Stargate Tech, maybe with a Warp Prism. But I like what Zest did this time around to basically actually spend the money on the air attack weapons upgrade to build a facade of a strategy that he wasn't really doing. I mean, that's how you catch a player like Dark. Dark caught on very quickly.
Yeah, the Baneling Nest was super key. If he didn't have the Baneling Nest, then Zest wins that game.
Yeah, Zest would be up 3-1, and Dark would be fighting for his tournament life.
Yeah.
2,000 atmospheres is where we go for map number 5.
Okay. I mean,
is that
honestly,
enough atmospheres for you, Artosis?
Tastes. I prefer 3,000 plus atmospheres.
Okay, sorry. Guys, get ready. Game 5 has loaded up. Let's see who takes the lead.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
You know, funnily enough, a lot of this series has basically been players trying to catch the other one off guard and failing.
Yeah.
You know, it's...
Yeah, you're right.
It's been a series of extremely solid defense.
It's funny how often we see this at the top level, where the guy who's kind of being cheesy just loses.
Yeah.
It's very often at the very top level. But, I mean, you don't want to be the guy that only plays the standard macro games.
Innovation?
Somewhat. Stats. Oh, these are two of the most successful players ever, but... yeah,
well,
I mean, it's
they're on
important to
that
mix it
end
up
of the
too.
spectrum. You know, they're very conservative. You know,
Yeah.
I'm going to get ahead in production. I'm going to play the macro style.
Probe just scouting around a little bit. Pretty standard stuff. Nexus gets started. So it's 2-2 right now. Who do you think is actually going to end up taking it?
You know, the more time passes, the more I kind of feel like it's Zest.
Yeah, me too.
And this is fun, honestly. I mean, StarCraft 2 has been around for an extremely long time. It's one of the things that makes the game so good is that RTSs really do age like a fine wine. And the games get better as, you know, we know more about them. It's very hard, even in the first couple years, to have games like what we have, you know, in the modern era, because once you really understand a game, then you can really appreciate the strategies and see all this stuff tested out. But Dark's been one of the characters that's been, you know, just unstoppable in some aspects for the last couple of years. So to see Zest coming out and playing as well as he is super exciting.
Yeah, I always really like it when players come back into form. I actually, like, as cool as it was to see Kira finally win a championship, I almost wish Zest had, because those are some of my favorite players, the ones that drop down for an extended period to the point where you don't think they'll ever be champions again, but then they become champions again, because I think that's one of the most ridiculously hard things for these pros to do. There's so few, right? We've had StarCraft 1 and StarCraft 2 out for like 23 years total, and there's so few champions that were champions in multiple different eras. And the ones that are, you like really remember, like Innovation and stuff, right?
Right. And so, I mean, it's cool to see someone like Zest come back. You know, to kind of go off of what you were saying, Artosis, like, really, like, competitive gaming on the internet is like the most insane form of competition when you think about it. The fact that everybody's plugged in together, you can get a game at any time of the day, anywhere in the world, you know, in a matter of minutes or seconds. And then there's a whole ELO system that connects us all that is actually ranking people constantly. And yeah, when you see somebody who's had to step away, in this case like military service here in Korea, take time off while the rest of the entire competitive gaming world continues to churn out new metas, new games, new techniques, to then step away from that and then to come back in and reassert dominance is so cool.
Yeah, I'm waiting for one of those players to end up winning. Like if DRG ends up winning a championship, man, I'm having a party. A party. That would be like the sickest for me personally. That would be the most amazing win. You know that when TY gets back, he's taking another GSL. You can't stop that guy.
Now here's the air weapons that we were talking about. We're going to see this pretty much every game, I think, from here on out.
Yeah,
this is basically a one source point build order that has a lot of different branches.
Snaps a drone up there with the Void Ray harassment. Second Stargate. Okay, so we're actually going to see the Voids. Most likely.
Now, I think when we saw the game that where he went for the speed upgrade with the Voids, I think that was a response to actually punish the all-in.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so.
And I want to make that clear for people, because that could look like he was just trying to do that all along. I don't think so. I think he realized, okay, I've killed the Nidus. Queens are stuck here, or at least he thought for now. Let's upgrade the speed of the Void Rays to try to come out here and really wrangle the Zerg.
Yeah, and I think it's always correct to eventually get the speed, but I think you're right that he probably was not planning on getting speed that early.
Yeah.
Now we do have the Robo coming up, so again for Disruptors. We'll see if he gets enough to hold on against whatever it is Dark may do. Dark, I think right now, not entirely sure. Is this Sky Toss? Is it something else? Oracle, staying high health, high energy. Scouting, very, very important. So don't forget, right, like, you gotta make sure that you know, like, for instance, if he is gonna push in with like a Corruptor push or something. Wow, that was an excellent stasis ward.
Yeah, completely caught Dark off guard.
He stunned those drones.
Big stun there. Big punish.
What? Okay. It's like, whoa, Su's back! You remember that?
Yeah, of course.
For those of you who don't remember, there was like, was it SOS that did it to him?
SOS or Trap or something like that?
I think it was SOS, where SOS was playing I think maybe even in a super tournament, and like, there was like 10 stasis wards in a row that nailed like his whole drone lines. It was comical.
Yeah, he went on super tilt after that. Now the Spire's coming along here. Question I'm asking myself is there a possibility of mass muta? Or is he going to go into the Corruptor, right? Because he's shown us two different styles. We thought we'd see this earlier, but last times this has happened, he basically just went for Queen all-in. So, what is it going to be?
I think it'll be Queen Disruptor.
No, I mean for the Zerg. I mean, is he going to go for mass?
I'm sorry, Queen Corruptor, not Disruptor.
Okay.
Well, hopefully it will be Queen Disruptor, because that's going to be Zest taking another map. But no, I think so, right? Like, he's making quite a few queens.
Or do you just make the Spire and just keep powering on ground? No,
which is fine. Oh, it is Muta. Look at that. You're right.
Okay. Which I was curious about this before. Like, it's a funny way that the Zerg can play this with Muta. It seems like you can actually power up and get enough Mutas and just kill all the air units on their side. Like, they're defending.
Yeah.
But you're, unlike, fights where you're trying to win a fight and kill a base, you're just trying to kill the air units.
Yeah.
You're like, all right, 1 Void Ray, 2 Void Rays, carriers. I'll see you later. I'm going to make 14 more Mutas.
He made like 6 Mutas, and now he's going 13 Corruptors. Are the Mutas a trick?
Like a red herring?
Maybe he wants him to go into Phoenix or something, and then it's like the Corruptors fly over, or... Yeah, where are the Mutas? What are the Mutas doing?
Who are the Mutas?
When are the Mutas?
Why are the Mutas?
These are all real questions.
Yeah. All right, no more map for you.
No more map for you. Where are those 6 Mutas? Seriously. This is
sad.
a real question.
You see a flying unit flee to the end of the map, and it's like, yeah, I can fly. I'm like, only in a square. That's it.
It's kind of messed up that the whole world's a square. Shouldn't these maps go on forever?
Yeah.
Shouldn't all the StarCraft games being played at once on a giant world map?
It should be like Pac-Man, where the flying unit goes to the side of the screen and pops out the other.
Oh, that would be insane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
good try.
Cold feet with that. Ooh, taking a lot of extra damage here with that bad turn.
Because they're trying for some snipes. They're staying away from the Archons. Okay, dude, I'm deciding that those Mutas were canceled.
I think you're probably right. I don't see them anywhere. I think
I'm angry that we haven't seen the Mutas. Like, where did they go?
By the way, Zest seems to be transitioning into a much healthier tech.
Yeah, he's got these disruptors here. Look at that, the Archon just getting that free damage. Okay, nice pick off.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're reducing the carrier count a little bit, this can be good. Oh, look at this. Okay, so he was going roaches a little bit, and he has a good amount of queens. So we see Zest getting into ground, but now he's getting the Greater Spire. So you can go into Broodlords to kind of counter that ground army. Reduce the air count a little bit so the Broodlords are more powerful. Interesting, because, I mean, Broodlords are very good against these ground units specifically. Right, like, Disruptors really don't like Broods. Archons really don't like Broods.
Yeah, Archons can't function when the Broodlings come down there.
Yeah.
They become basically useless. Now, Zest is almost maxed out. A War Prism just finished. We're going to have a push.
Yeah, it's time to go. You don't want to sit on this composition, because Zerg will counter it. Go get your value now.
Okay, coming up here and doing some real work onto those Corruptors. Now, is he confident enough to continue to push down here? You know, the Ravagers are funny in a moment like this. You know, a lot of these floaty units are not fast, so the Biles actually really do create like an obstruction, you know?
Yeah.
If you overextend, you can end up really eating that damage.
And he's doing such a fantastic job slowing this down right now. Adding more roaches. I don't... like, he's going to need to make the Broods, right? Like, this is a mostly Roach Ravager army, which will not end up beating Disruptor, Stalker, Void Ray. Just walks right through there, blinks forward on top of it.
Goes right through. Thing is, I'm starting to feel like there's going to be enough with the spines here. Like, he's going to have to try to find another target to hit. If you attack into the spines, you're dead. Broodlords are about to finish, by the way, 4 of them.
4's not too bad.
No, 4's fine. I almost think the Protoss should keep moving south. This bottleneck is terrible.
Yeah, gonna be hard to get into there, but if he does come into the bottleneck, you can use your Disruptors. Pop's one of them. An okay hit on the other. 4 Broodlords coming forward to try to push this back. I wonder what Zest is making at home. I bet you he added more Stargates. This is a great time to go back into air.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that.
His comp is looking worse and worse against this. It's such a yogurt comp.
It is yogurt comp, dude.
Yeah, it's like really good. Like, it's got probiotics and stuff, but only for a limited time.
I mean, I feel like Zerg completely blocked any real damage from happening there. And made it look pretty impossible for this to work. And it's kind of a weird thing because, you know, this starts out as this build up to air units, and the Zerg has to respect that. But here we are. There's going to be now 4 carriers in the game.
Now, I think the problem though is that this is what Dark has is making this comp still work for him. Because now that we're getting back into air and you're on Broodlord Ravager Roach, like,
yeah.
I mean, he's going to have to start splitting this off and trying to get value from different areas or something. He is getting pathogen glands, so maybe fungal bile can be good. But yeah, like as we get more carriers in there, his army doesn't shoot up, Tasis.
What?
Yeah. Bile is not actually anti-air, believe it or not. Isn't that crazy?
I don't know what exactly the Protoss wants to do to try to, I mean, especially with this map, it just seems like there's actually these very narrow areas you can't quite get into. And so is the game plan then to just try to drag the game out extremely long and, you know, maybe try to have mined out less of the resources and hopefully trade it better with the Zerg?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of tech switching going on. Like, he's going carriers again at home, continuing to upgrade, and I mean, he's being active with Stalkers, which is good because the Stalkers don't actually go that well with anything here. So he's just microing them heavily and seeing what he can get done. And that is, like, you still see Dark kind of defending with those ground units. He is adding in Infestor now, starting to add some spores. I think he's pretty keen to what's going on. Wow, cannon range is really low. You hear the Broods.
Oh, nice dodge there. Didn't get enough of these Broodlords here in the front. The transfuses go down and buff them back up.
Parasitic bombs. And oh man, like,
those
really good
anti-air
piles.
Artoses.
Yeah, that was silly on me. When you don't move your stuff, they absolutely are anti-air. But look, the carriers, despite parasitic bombs and vials hitting, are starting to clean everything up. We still have a prism here as well.
The queens are going to go down, which is huge. That's a big, you know, part of the army here. So he's actually broken in. He has free range to attack wherever he wants, but he needs to reinforce this extremely quickly. I do not see a lot of money back here for Zerg either. It's like 100 minerals. I think Zest has actually won this game.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think this is just about over.
Yeah, he actually cracked it. Unbelievable. Oh, Zest! Oh my God. What a game.
Yeah, that was
Let's
that
go
was a
back to
beautiful
that
one.
final attack that we had there. Because we saw the biles connecting, which, you know, in most fights, in a PvZ, if biles are connecting with targets, it's like, oh, well, then you're probably going to lose. Because this should be close enough that the biles would be the game changer.
Well, I think the composition for Zest was just so much better that he was done being zoned out. He just went for the kill there. And obviously, he should have dodged a little bit more than that. But, yeah, it's the unit composition that Dark had was even more yogurt than what Zest had. Like, he just, the switch back into carries, he no longer had anti-air.
Yeah.
Like, look, 2-3 parasitic bombs. Okay, so you're taking the shields off the carriers. I don't think that Zest cares.
Yeah. Kind of crazy. Dark, by the way, going to use his other 5-minute break. Probably clear his head and try to figure out what is he going to do in this next game, because Zest is taking the lead. And look, this is very important to point out. Zest has both survived all-ins from Dark and beaten Dark in Supreme late game. Okay?
Yeah.
That means that it's no longer two styles or two different types of players going against each other, and they're trying to use their own strengths to surpass them. You know what I'm talking about? Like the guy that's always rushing versus the guy that just wants to get to like the 5th base. No, the fact that Zest has won on both these fronts, which is not really something that ever happens to Dark. Okay?
Yeah.
Dark is usually both winning with any type of aggression he goes for. And then also, if it gets to late game, he's by far one of the best players of all time at that. So to see Zest, especially in a PvZ, man, a lot of Protosses do not kill Zergs in the Supreme late game.
Yeah.
To use that air fleet to then force the Zerg into trying to respond to that, but then also handling this balancing act of having a strong ground army.
Yeah.
And then knowing when to trade efficiently.
These quicker Corruptor builds, I don't think are working for him so much.
Well, the Corruptor's always been a weird unit.
Yeah.
It's like, I get when they were designing the game, they're like, okay, we need to have like the hard air counter. But with StarCraft 2, it's such a game of massing as time passes. It's a very deathball-y game at certain points in time.
Yeah.
If you get enough air units that you force them into making Corruptors, because that's the only thing that can kill the air units, then you sort of have this dud unit later on.
Yeah.
So it's
and
like,
he switch out of your air army really punishes that. And the thing is, he tries to counter it by going into broods, but then you go back into air, and it's tough because the Corruptors just sitting there are terrible.
The Corruptor is a very one-dimensional unit.
Yeah.
Like even with the fact that they gave it that barf ability that just, you know, you can damage.
It was a
buildings.
good idea.
It makes it more than what it was, which is before it would just literally fly, and you think, can't you just like fly lower to the ground and like hit ground units, you know? More on that in a second.
I wonder stats-wise if it would start beating stuff like
Dragon
how it would do against charge bots that are like charging into it and
They need to
attacking.
make Corruptors like Vikings, where they land and those little spaghetti legs just come out his feet and starts walking around slowly.
Yeah, I'm down for that, Tasteless. But here's the thing, okay? Keep their stats all the same,
Dark,
but let them continue to be stacked. So you have like 50 Corruptors on the ground, and Zelts are like charging
They're
in
just
onto them.
stacked on each other's shoulders.
They would be one-shot Archons and stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, good unit, but then your Disruptor ball bends over. You try to lift them off and they aren't quick enough. You need that Terran like transformation upgrade. Oh, man.
So, I mean, Dark's one win away from, or I'm sorry, Zest is one win away from just taking this, which is crazy to me. I mean, he's coming in full force here in 2020. It's super exciting.
Yeah, and I mean, he's looking great. What if Zest is actually the best player in the world? What if it's not Maru and it's not Ro?
Well, I think that might be the case today.
What if Zest is actually...
But that's why we're having this tournament, Artosis.
What if... Well, yeah, that's true. That's a good point, Tasteless. What if Zest is actually the greatest of all time, but he plays the most underpowered race, Protoss?
You're speaking my language. Go
on. Well, that's it. That's the end of it.
Yeah.
He just doesn't play a championship quality race. So it's hard for him to win, but he's actually the highest skill that we've ever had, maybe. I don't know. I'm just posing questions.
Yeah, the important ones. It is kind of crazy to see, you know, him go toe-to-toe with Dark, and it's a kind of a funny way of playing to kind of exploit the fact that Corruptors and Mass are only useful in very specific situations. You know, if you create the problem that's the nail, and then they have to make a hammer to stop it, but then the next thing you make the hammer isn't useful anymore. You need a screwdriver. It's really punishing the fact that there's a 200 supply limit. Like, you don't get to just make the Corruptors and then keep them and then build back up. And, you know, it's like, no, actually, you're capped now. And so,
can you imagine if there wasn't a 200 supply limit, though?
Yeah.
How many Banelings Dark would actually? You'd have to actually have only Banelings that lift off.
I mean, you basically just keep massing Banelings until the other guy's computers crashes because it can't handle that much stuff in the game. If they scan and see that many Banelings, the computer just shuts off and it's overheating.
Hey, what if they made it so that you could unmorph a Broodlord into a Corruptor again?
Yeah, I like that idea. I think that's a really...
You get half your money back.
Yeah. You get more of your money back. It's like
you just make money like that?
Yeah, it's an infinite money machine.
That would be great.
Economists are baffled by this concept, but...
Zerg just prints money!
Yeah, they just print money. It's crazy.
They're devaluing the minerals on the Protoss side of the map! GSL, where everyone goes for financial advice.
That's right.
All right.
We have to start this cast by saying this is not financial advice.
So it was Oracle then Void. So a little bit different.
Yes. But I think it's going to end up in around the same spot. And I think this complements the second, what was it, the third game build? You show an Oracle, keep them guessing.
Yeah. Third Nexus.
Oh, there's no queen here. Look at that.
Ooh, 5 kills. That's legit.
Yeah.
5 kills, yeah.
A lot of big Oracle kills here today.
Yeah. Oracles, like, Zerg's kind of had it down for a really long time to 2 kills, where it's like you get 2 kills and the Oracle has some serious hull damage and has to get out of there.
Right.
But 5 kills, that's awesome. Second Stargate, all right. Zest is doing it, man. He's sticking to what works. Now, Dark, will he stick to what doesn't work? The Corruptors.
Is he going to use another queen attack here to try to end the game?
I still want to know where those 6 mutas are, Tasteless.
I know. They're in game 7. You wait.
Yeah. I would like to see Dark go into his more Ultralisk-based late game. I guess we'll see. I know that. I think that maybe.
I think life finds a way.
Oh, Tasteless.
Go ahead, Artosis.
No, I have nothing.
Say something else while I make fun of you. This is
just what my life is.
Bare your heart, Artosis.
That's what happens when I'm with you, Tasteless, when I'm streaming, when I'm at home. My kids are all like, Mommy, why is Daddy so dumb? Just like, ah.
All right, the double Void Rays are coming. Robo here, too, for that Disruptor. Gotta have that. Now, I think the gold base makes this, even though this is like thematically this game is like some of the other games, the gold base kind of makes it a bit more interesting, right? Because, you know, one advantage about, you know, what Protoss has been doing on the other maps is that, you know, Zerg isn't in like full-on macro mode. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, just go for the battery.
I still pick off there. Some Veps come in so the probes at least don't die.
But yeah, oh, never mind. He might not have a gold base.
Now Zest would have just let that die.
Yeah.
That's a good
the difference in play styles. Really,
it's a stylistic choice, is what we call it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Fleet Beacon coming up.
Zest chooses to not cancel his Nexus as red meat for the Protoss OP Reddit threads.
He doesn't even cancel.
He doesn't have to cancel. You can literally lose a Nexus and win the game.
Zest reads the thread. He's like, you can cancel buildings?
Yeah, I didn't know that.
What? I thought only Terran could do that. Okay, so Hydras being made. What do you think about these Hydras? Because
well, I think it's a welcome change, right? Because if he just goes straight into Mass Hydra, maybe he can actually just flood the expansions with Hydras and just kill them.
if Zest figures this out at all, though, doesn't he just go like Mass Disruptor and like blows them all up? Because he has the Disruptor tech coming.
I think you might be right, but I mean, how quickly is this gonna get there? It feels like it's already inbound, right?
Yeah, he can force a cancel on the fourth phase for sure. Disruptor tech is like just finishing up. Okay, first Disruptor's coming. Okay, he sees it. So
He knows. He's coming in.
Disruptor on the way.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if he can save this before the attack just wipes this position. I mean, the Void Rays are not high enough in number to fight this. Maybe with a battery? Actually, probably not.
Well, he has a cannon and overcharge. I just come back over here. Okay, Void's
Whoa.
Okay, an okay first hit, and he's making cannons, so that's...
Dark was like everywhere for a second there. He's like the third, the fourth, the second. It's like easy, man, easy. Just get some wins over here.
Okay, he's going to kill the fourth. That's not surprising, but he has to pull back into a different type of macro game. This is over. He can't do anymore.
But look at that. He knows.
Yeah,
he knows.
Because if he tried again to attack, that's like he's going to get completely wiped out. Carriers totally fine against those small mountains of Hydras, and then obviously Disruptors. Dark did retake his gold base during this. I don't see drones there yet. Okay, or they're just getting there, I guess. Just opening up the map a little bit. So I think Zest right now is invincible. Like, you cannot attack him with the stuff that he has. So yeah, Hive, Lurker, Pathogen Glands, this is all good stuff to see from Dark. Get into some Vipers here, very important. Get into some Lurkers, some Spores, some Queens. That's what we got to see, Tasteless. Half map, half map.
I think this is the way to do it, for sure. Big gateway explosion, man. I mean...
Well, there is that possibility that Zest just runs him over while he's trying to set up all these different techs at once.
The thing is, there's no easy base to attack. I suppose you could get behind the gold, but I think you need to do more than just kind of interfere with mining. I think you need to start, you know, crushing locations.
Prism coming in. I wonder, like, look, Zest is going out for a little bit of a push right now. Prism's going to be coming. Now, does he try to just straight up bust? With the Disruptors, if he takes it slow, it's doable.
Okay. He's going to be in a pretty good spot. I don't think the Zerg has any easy retaliation to this.
No, not really.
If he can just snipe the hatchery, or maybe he wants to loop back up to the top, I don't know.
Well, he needs these Vipers out. You know, this is a Disruptor-based push, so there's not going to be any feedbacks. The Vipers can get a lot of value, but this push is coming so quick. He doesn't have a lot of time to make this work for him.
Oh, man. 3 Disruptors. A lot of juicy targets down here.
Some solid speed warped in. There are some Lurkers here, which I think is very important as well. Ooh. Okay, Fungal goes down.
Oh, beautiful.
Really good, really good.
Pulls in the carrier, gets the Void Ray as well.
Important stuff.
Oh my god.
Yeah, another good
great
Disruptor.
shot. The Zerg was able to tank that a little bit better.
Microbial Shroud actually being used. Beautiful to see. But kind of a hard army to fight against. The Lurkers are very, very powerful here, but he only has one.
Okay, he gets the hatchery. So basically a victory for that position. No overextension really from Zest either. Now, the top left base is almost so far away, it's oftentimes not worth attacking. Like, you got to be very far out there to really get that and get value from it.
Yeah, I think the onus right now is on Dark more than Zest. Like, Zest is definitely getting good value. He's mining a lot more. He's got a great position right now as well. That's a hard to deal with army. Ooh, we might just get like a massive Zealot Warpin in the main.
I think it's a welcome one.
That would be.
It's because if he can get in here,
pain.
and I mean, this is a real central spot here for the Zerg. I mean, with the hive and everything else here. Oh, he kind of fakes it out. Okay, he backs up.
Yeah.
I guess when you see the lurkers and the hydras there, you know, getting there that fast, it's like this isn't going to work.
Good defense. Good defense.
But real patience exhibited here by Zest.
Yeah.
Knowing that the last thing you can afford to do is to overextend here.
Zest opening up the map a little bit more. He's taking his gold as his spit. You know, cool thing about Blackburn, of course, is 12 o'clock and 6 o'clock bases. You know, those are right in the center. Definitely something that could be battled over.
Yeah.
I feel like we don't actually see that many games that look like this.
Almost never, to be honest.
Yeah.
And it's funny because a lot of the other bases are just very far away, right? But, you know, the burden right now is on the Zerg defending here. Protoss is basically maxed out. The 3 more carriers on the way. I don't know if he wants to commit until those 3 carriers are with the rest of this.
His composition's not perfect. What we're looking at here, like it's certainly strong, but that is not a composition that I think can go and kill Dark right now. You know what I mean? It's like
I agree.
The stalkers aren't
Psystorm's
great
just now
there.
starting here too.
Yeah, yeah. Like Disruptor Carrier is definitely like 2 units that you want together at the end of the game. But the rest of the army that he has in there is a little bit weaker. We see the Ultralisk Cavern getting started. High Templars being added in, that's super important. The feedbacks, the Psystorm's going to be very, very big. Blink on the way, as well as Prism Speed. Just everyone kind of getting everything now. They need all the different tools.
Finally, Protoss can take the gold base. And that's something we gotta, you know, really appreciate here. Zerg is, you know, gonna mine out this gold base over time here. Protoss just now getting started. Granted, minerals are not the most important thing when you're this late in the game. But he can use the rest of that mineral boost to kind of get in here. Okay, big disruptor shots into this.
Love the usage of Microbial Shroud. We don't see that very often. But if you have the Infestors, why not?
Oh, that's funny.
Okay, fake Archons.
Huh. I mean, why not, I guess.
Well, he has all those sentries, I guess. And, well, that's a lot of storms, a lot of damage coming out. The parasitic bombs are starting to get through the shields at this point. He needs a bit more anti-air damage.
Are there enough zealots on the ground over here?
They're slow zealots, man. They're going to get crushed by the lurker.
I didn't even realize. I felt like the computer was crashed when they came out.
Yeah.
They were so slow.
And, like, all the interceptors did get eaten up there. Dude, Microbial doing a good job, for sure. Really reducing that damage output of the carriers. Neural almost done here. Both players with 10 geysers.
It's kind of funny. Mothership coming.
Oh.
But, and finally Zealot charges coming. I was waiting. I thought he needs to get that upgrade. This actually might explain why he didn't do the mass Zealot warp in that main earlier.
Oh, it could have been. You would think he would start, though. Start the upgrade afterwards. It's like, as soon as you realize you don't have charge at this point in the game.
No, it's like you actually have to get that ability.
You can have no gates and you get it.
Yeah. It's just, there's no way the game's supposed to go on without that there. Now, it looks like Zest may be coming out here for another attack.
Ooh, okay, look at this composition. So it's 4 High Templars on the ground, 4 in the Prism, and then carriers. This type of play is where the Ultras can actually come in and be very, very strong. Storm doesn't really get rid of Ultras, nor do carriers very quickly, so you can kind of clear out High Templars on the ground. Like, he has no other supporting units there. Like, okay, 2 Voids. Okay, here we go. Archon's coming in very, very important.
And he's going to come in here with his Warp Prism. Does he want to warp anything in here?
Not so sure. Okay, some great yoinks. Gotta get rid of, man. Yeah, some big Psystorms going down. The Shrouds providing that extra armor.
All right, another big warp in over here now. What is it? It's going to be some Zealots coming in here. The Mothership does meet up with the rest of
Slow Zealots.
Yeah, well, charges 1 second away from finishing.
There we go.
I really like the Psystorms.
Dude, he can't see.
Yeah, you're right.
It's brutal. Okay, he brings up a lot of Infestors. Oh, man. Feedbacks. Really causing a problem. Okay, going to target down the mothership finally. Now we can actually see what he's fighting against here. He's lost the hive, unfortunately.
He's taking the hive out here. We're going to see how much hive tech along with that is killed. Big bungles.
Yeah, looks like he's starting to pick some of this off, but there's still a lot of interceptors left here. The Queen's the only anti-air with a few Hydras left over. Lurkers moving up as that anti-ground. More Hydras being rallied in. Both players like plummeting as far as supply goes.
Yeah, I think
and Zest has to get out of here.
Yeah, he can get out with these carriers. It just, again, you know, he's got the gold base, burn those minerals.
All right, the Prism gets out. That's kind of nice. How much tech did he actually lose?
So I don't know. I wish we could actually click around the map here and see what's left. So the pool's getting remade. Funnily enough, that wasn't remade immediately. He still has the Ultralisk Cavern. There's no Spire anywhere, right?
Not sure. I think not.
I didn't see it unless
no,
it was on
think
screen
he does
and I
not
missed
have.
it.
I think he does not have a Spire.
So although there was a lot of supply that was given up, I mean, keep in mind too, Zerg. You know, Zerg has the top left. The gold base mines out quicker. Top left is just going to go eventually. Okay. There's actually nowhere else for Zerg to go on this map.
Yeah.
That is not you know, sticking out like a sore thumb. So Zerg is going to expand to the base that's adjacent to what was once the main that the Zerg had, and this is where it's going to get interesting. Nicely done.
Okay.
Because I think that if Protoss plays this correctly, keep in mind Protoss is not taking the top right. Protoss is actually expanding at a very moderate rate this game, okay? This has not been like you know, a game where Protoss is trying to stay even. But there's eventually going to be only one base that can be taken. By the way, Artos is bottom center. Nexus coming in.
Okay, that's definitely an important base that's going to have to be fought over. A couple robos just got started, so it looks like some Immortals are going to be added in since this is. Yeah, I think that's not a bad choice. Maybe some more disruptors as well.
Another mothership.
Yeah.
This is the step mothership.
That's good.
And I don't know.
It's because the original mothership died. Okay, so yeah, 3 Immortals at a time. With the Ultras being added in, I mean, if you get a bunch of Immortals out here with +2 attack, you are just going to pop the Ultras. How many Infestors do we have right now?
That's a good question, Artosis.
Okay, I see like at least 5. It's a decent amount. Like, it's going to be interesting to see how he utilizes that. Obviously, the Templars with their feedbacks are going to be one of the main issues here. If he can just go hog wild with his Infestors, this is not hard, but it's never so easy.
I guess he's going to expand up here, another base we almost never see taken.
Yeah.
And he can kind of defend this base while attacking the top left. Now, I think the real important location to watch on the map is the Zerg's newest base near the bottom center.
Yeah. Another attack into here. Just gaining any value right now is worthwhile.
Yeah, if you could kill a bunch of drones and make them remake it, it's fine.
Yeah.
You're trading energy that will always come back on the Templars for drones, which cost minerals.
And it's not that losing the drones right now causes severe damage to Dark, like losing a few drones. It's not the end of the world, but over time.
Yeah, I mean, you're taking as many little victories as possible.
Hive is on the way, remaking the Lurker Den. There's Nexi still being made. +3 attack on the way. I am just waiting for this engagement, Tasteless. There's going to be more spells cast than in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot going down here, man. Takes out, you know, any available gas in these other bases up here in the top left. Now, the small Ultra attack is going to come across over here. You know, there's really not that much to defend. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Bringing the army down here with the mothership for...
Oh, my God.
Excuse me.
Look at all the Neurals going down here as well. This looks like it's going to be a Dark victory, this fight.
Yeah. He's still got some of those...
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Beautifully done here on these carriers.
Destroying.
The question is, does he have enough to remake behind all this?
No, he's at 108 supply, but I mean, Dark is not that rich either.
Yeah, Dark is not in the best position either. Now the Stalkers can be microed. Well, what's left here? There should be a lot of Hydras, right? Because those killed off all of the carriers. Okay, so there's a modest amount of Hydras actually, a little bit less than I thought would be.
This just looks so much more efficient for Zerg.
I think so, and I also don't think that you can go back into Protoss Air right now. I think economically the players are in a very different place.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you have to go like Templar Robo unit.
Yeah,
like that's basically your choices here. Like you need feedback and Storm, and then I mean I could see Disruptors being really useful against the massive lurkers here. They can be very good against Infestors as well with the Neural. But you're definitely right. Like, I think that any more air units is not the way to go. In fact, I don't think we can see any more air units this game. Like, even if you mine that whole base out, that's not that much.
Well, I mean, does Zerg have enough momentum? Supply-wise, it certainly seems like it. I think, you know, maybe Protoss can control areas like this bottleneck. Gosh, that's a lot of lurkers, man. I think you're right, Artosis. I think that we're probably going to go to the next game.
Yeah.
Not a base on the map that hasn't been touched yet. Now, does Zerg know about 12 o'clock? I feel like
I think he does not right now.
Yeah, which is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, that's definitely something he has to be thinking about, since there's basically nothing else. It looks like he's going for a push forward here. Dude, the Vipers are just going to cause so much advantage.
Well, if he can feedback them.
Yeah. Okay, Zest's going to lose that base. It's not the end of the world.
Nice side storm there. Again, this 12 o'clock base is just untouched. Here we go! Oh! Okay, so he feedbacks the Vipers that are harpooning the Templars in kind of a funny exchange. They're both trying to counter the counter unit.
Yeah.
Thing is, like, this is a lot that's being mined here from the Protoss. I mean, he's got, like, you know, 3 functional bases. Can he get a recall off over here?
I think he needs to, yeah.
Oh, this is like... Oh, the walls are closing in!
Okay, he's just going to lose everything, unfortunately. Gets better and better for Dark. It feels like it.
I mean...
He's still making Immortals.
Well, it's like, it seems like in that fight he was only microing, so...
Well, as long as Dark doesn't know about 12, maybe there's a small chance, but oh, look, he's...
Whoa! Oh, the cannon, you blew the cover!
He did blow the cover.
You gave away the secret. He's like, wait a minute.
Hey!
Ah.
Okay. That is going to end the mining for Zest, I believe. Well, no, Zest has top right still mining.
Yeah, I feel like Zest is not making enough of what he needs right now.
And these little Zealot techs don't do it. Like, you need to be able to kill this army.
I feel like we should have a lot more Stalkers and Templars here.
Oh.
I think
Dark has done it.
Dark won. Yeah, I mean, these little Zealot counterattacks, I feel like Zest is broken right now.
Yeah. He's just in Zealot counterattack mode. Yeah, when I'm screwed, I send charge lots everywhere.
Yeah, I start spamming charge lots across my fingers. Yeah, this, I think by every metric is over now. I do feel like Zest could have probably put up more of a fight at the end of the game here, but
yeah,
StarCraft is a hard game.
StarCraft is a hard game. I can get on board with that. So yeah, like losing that army at 6, that was pretty rough. I would have liked to see a recall when he got boxed in there and join everything up, see if he can make something happen by just grinding. But the game is certainly at the very end at this point. Like, yeah, he has Mass Immortal, so he's trying to make magic happen. It's one of the units that has potential, but not against Vipers.
GG. Dark takes it, man.
Game 7.
Let's do it.
Dude, that was great too from Dark. Like the
How long
quick
was that
Hydra.
game anyways? That felt
It's like 30 minutes, I think. Something like that.
Yeah, I almost feel like it was more than 30 minutes. But
really?
That was crazy. Not a base went untouched. I mean, talk about leaving no stone unturned there. Extremely complex game. Dark really being patient. You know, it really came down to the neural parasite onto the carriers, and I think had that not gone down, you know, we would have had a different outcome here. But Dark is fighting back, fighting to get that Super Tournament Championship trophy. Zest has, again, been relying on this Stargate style. Does he have another variation that can work? Dark seems to be adapting.
Yeah, that was a very different way that he went for it. Like the Hydra attack on the 4th base, pulling back into the Macream, it actually looked like when Zest was wrecking the gold base that it was very Zest favored.
Yeah.
But the Infestors really came up strong. The Lurkers helping to defend against all those ground units. Really well done, and maybe Zest was pushing a little bit too hard, a little bit too fast.
Well, I think there was this moment where you realize all you have to do is take out that new Zerg base, and the game's over, and I think he pulled the trigger a little bit too quickly. I think he was in a spot where the Infestors could Neural Parasite very easily with impunity. And, you know, with Neural Parasite on the carriers, especially when you have, like, a big army with a bunch of expensive, powerful units,
yeah,
the Neural Parasite can snowball. You get one or two, and you start to win the fight there. And, I mean, I think had that not happened, Zest probably wins that game. Positionally, he was basically set to take the entire map, play a control game, and starve the Zerg out.
Yeah, yeah. But trying to finish it too quickly, sometimes it's not the way. People think it's so cost efficient.
It's crazy, man. When you're in a game, you're going so fast. Everything you see, you've conditioned yourself to react to. It's all, you know, building up that muscle memory. And then you think you see an opportunity that might be the killing blow and the winning move of the entire tournament. And then it actually backfires.
Yeah.
So it's all going to be down to this one final game. I can't believe it. We do not very often have a Game 7 and a best of 7.
It's awesome.
Statistically, it's very, very rare. I think we'll probably see the Stargate tech again, although there's always the chance that he does do some kind of a gamble.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind. He's been relying on it so much. That was kind of a cool game, but the amount that Zest has been doing the Void Ray builds, I feel like there is the possibility of something totally crazy here. One of Zoun's builds, maybe?
Maybe. You know, Dark has been known to do some crazy cheeses as well. But I feel like if he's really going to win this, he wants to play the patience game, for sure. Just see what they're doing and try to stop it.
Well, this is where you get to show what you're made of. Both these guys, big-time champions. Let's see who takes it in game number 7.
Game start. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Zest. Dragon Phoenix Gaming, Dark.
Right. This is it, Tasteless, for the championship. Dark already has a championship in Super Tournament. Zest does not.
It is Pylon in the main, Gateway in the main. I thought for a second when he stopped that broke the gold base, I was like, are you going to put something there? Got a little carried away. Sorry, guys. Yeah, let's see. A little bit of a difference in openers, though. You know, a lot of times we've seen Zest just send the probe across to interrupt the placement of the first hatchery.
Yeah.
Did not happen this time, so Dark getting to put his hatchery where he wanted to put it.
Important to note that the gate is on top of the ramp, which is a little bit different. There are builds where you don't have to open with the wall.
Hold on.
Well, that is going to be scouted very quickly.
Oh.
Now that being said...
Does he pull the Overlord away in time?
Okay, he sees it. Now, if Zest is doing this, it's because he does have a plan. You can't just... You don't make it... Like, the gold bases are always far away nowadays, so you don't have a build like this and think, well, they just have to not scout it.
Right. The question is, though, what is he doing that's so confident, that he's so confident with, I should say, where he can actually try to take a fight here? Because if you, against Dark, he could see your gold base right away, and you could hold it. Well, this should just change everything, right?
Yeah.
Because that would mean that on a lot of maps, you just take the gold base as a default, like we've seen a lot of Zergs do in some matchups.
Do you think it's like, is Dark going to just go like Roach Ravager or something? How does this work?
And does this set up for an adept pressure here from Zest? I mean, it looks like where else are the minerals going to go, right?
It could. I mean, it could be Charge. It could be Adepts. I don't think it can be anything else. So okay, Roach Warren. I mean, Roach Ravager is not a bad choice because it absorbs both those units, but also. Oh, okay, he's going to recall probes. I like it.
So he gets an immediate income boost because of this.
Yeah.
The main base is really a secondary source of income, which ups the ante quite a bit because this is where the majority of the workers are, and we don't know when the next recall is going to be, but an attack from the Zerg is certainly going to be inbound soon here.
Yeah, and he has a Robo there at the gold base, so it seems like it's just going to be Immortals and Shield Batteries, I think. I think that's the plan, and obviously you warp in probably Adepts with that.
So you almost like debate the Zerg into attacking you, and then you're like,
I think he's definitely planning on the Zerg attack.
Yeah, and then maybe you hold it all off and, you know, end up ahead in that sense.
Yeah, like Roach Ravager Ling, I think. And the thing is, that seems right because Biles should destroy any static D or very turtle positions. Dude, this is such a crazy play here. Okay, sends the Oracle. 2 Spores are on the way. Okay, he sees this coming. Cancels the Spores. Dark Shrine, Tasteless. Dark Shrine.
I did not see that coming.
That's brilliant.
And the question really is, does Dark see that coming?
I don't think he does.
Look at the Sim City here, too.
Yeah.
The Adept just plugging the entrance, giving cover for the Immortal with the battery in range to charge the Adept.
Oh, he's skipping this base.
Okay, but here's the thing.
There's a sentry.
Oh, wait.
Oh, that's a great move.
Yeah. So, you're right, there is a sentry up here, but is the main at all expendable? You know what I'm saying?
No, you can't lose the main. Like, this is... Dude, oh no, this is bad news, I think. Like, Force Fields will buy him sometime.
Well, he's going to lose that cybernetic score, so you can't make tech that's required for the cybernetic score.
I think he's fine with that. It's all about these DTs getting out. If he can... Oh, man. All right, another bio goes down. He's going to start to get in
I think
pretty
that's the
soon.
last Force Field.
You're probably right. This Immortal? Okay, he's like killing some Lings. Dark Shrine is almost done, but he's using his Warpins to stay alive.
Now he goes right for that Immortal.
Okay. You know what? He's going to send 2 DTs across the map, maybe?
Yeah, I think you send 2 DTs across the map and then wait for 2 more DTs to save your base. You brace for impact. Oh, he's got 1 DT already here.
Okay, well, you're using the DTs, so now Dark can go ahead and make Spores.
I feel like he should have sent it. Maybe not.
Well, he's getting a Prism, so he can do DT drop into Archon drop. Remember that?
Yeah, that's the thing.
That's an old thing.
But now there's a foothold over here on the high ground. He can shell the probes mining.
Layer on the way.
And maybe from here you want to go into charge lot. Try to, you know,
maybe
spin the game out of control. You have the tech for it. You're going to have a lot of minerals, right?
Yeah, okay.
Archon harass and
Archon
charge blood.
Archon charge Immortal.
Yeah.
They call me charge
Binks.
Yeah, this is wild, man. What a weird game. Zest really bringing out some different stuff.
Yeah, this is a 1 in a million game we're seeing here.
But look at this. Dark is just running him around everywhere.
Yeah, well, Dark's definitely controlling the game in a way that's really put it on completely upside down.
It is.
Zest is supposed to be kind of dictating the pacing of this, but Dark's really seized control of this. Charge lots inbound here. Big amount of gates coming. And it's still just a 2-base Zerg.
Yeah, I think he's in trouble now.
If you look at the economics of this, the Protoss' income is really, really good mineral-wise, okay? 2-base versus 2-base, the Zerg is always behind if that goes on for too long. 2-base for 2-base, and the Protoss has a gold.
Yeah, he's mining like 33% more than Dark. Plus even. Look at that. It's crazy to watch those numbers. Way more mineral income.
And a mineral. And he's going to get that Overlord here. No, I guess the transfuses are pretty good. But again, it's all going to be a setup to lead into the mass Zealots.
There's a lot of units coming up to join.
In any normal game, a Zerg needs at least 3 bases to compete with a Protoss on 2. And so as much as what Dark did was pretty scary and really seized control of the game, the economic impact has already kicked in.
Oh my God, look at this attack incoming. Dark takes his hand off his keyboard.
Wow.
Fake Phoenix is even coming in to try to throw him off before the attack. Not perfectly timed, but a great idea from Zest, who looks like he is about to achieve a Super Tournament victory.
Unbelievable. Another big warping of Zealots come in. And Zest, with a completely original strategy, has thrown off Dark. GG. Unbelievable.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
What a series. What a night from Zest, beating 2 of the top 3 players in Korea, in the world.
Yeah.
And becoming the champion of GSL Super Tournament. This guy, absolutely on fire. Going to lift a trophy. It's been a while, but there it is. Zest, I think you have to consider him a real contender for everything, including Katowice coming up.
Absolutely, as we go to Katowice. I mean, this is a real... And look, I mean, the fact that he beat Maru and then beats Dark in the same day,
yeah,
that's insane.
That's pretty wild.
Coming in here with, you know, and obviously we already know his PvP is top tier as well, but to take on the best Terran and the best Zerg right now in Korea, and then to do it with such style, with such flair, and, you know, really, this strategy in this last game is peak Zest performance. Innovating in a way that we just haven't seen before, but then keeping it that classic Zest style. Even though he won most of this with a completely different kind of conservative tech, the fact that he was able to then come in here and snowball the game like that was incredible. We're going to go to an interview now with Zest, who is the
winner
GSL
of Super Tournament Season 1 2022 is Zest of Dragon Phoenix Gaming. Wow. Zest, overwhelming power today. You were Protoss itself today. And just like you said before, you are the one smiling at the end of the day. Wow. Zest, entering your 30s and lifting the Super Tournament trophy. What a performance today. So how do you feel tonight, Zest? Well, first of all, before the match, you know, I said I'm gonna be the one smiling at the end of the day. You know, after I lost the 6th game, I was about to cry. I was tearing up. And, you know, I was mentally shaken. But although, nevertheless, I did have belief in my strategies, and then that won me the game. That's right, there was some fierce mind games going on in the series today. And you showed phenomenal performance, immaculate performance today. And Zest, you can now call yourself the best Protoss in Korea for sure. Defeating all the strong players one by one, defeating Maru, Rogue, Dark. Now it is the age of Zest. No one is going to dispute that for sure. And here we have a lot of fans here cheering for you, Zest. So from now on, what kind of performance will you show in tournaments? Right now, I'm rejoiced, I'm really happy. But putting this happiness aside, I'm going to focus on the next World Championship, and I'm going to try to continue this momentum. And right now, you know, I'm kind of trying to hide my happiness right now. I mean, you came runner-up twice before, but now you were able to break the pattern. So do you think this season is clearly different for you? Do you think you're going to be able to repay the fans of their support? You know, as people know, I really like drinking. But after entering my 30s, when I drink alcohol, I cannot perform well. So from now on, I'm gonna stop drinking, and I'm gonna try to better my performance in StarCraft 2. Well, great mindset, Zest. Respect for you. Once again, congratulations, Zest, and also, what do you want to say to the fans who are here tonight? Honestly speaking, after looking at the brackets of round of 4, I thought I would get eliminated for sure, and I think my fans probably expected that too. but I was able to break that expectation. And now there's only one button left to fill, and then I'm going to try to button it up well in the next tournament. All right, Zest, take a seat, please.
자, GSL 슈퍼토너먼트 선수들의 멋진 대결. 오늘 많은 팬분들의 바람대로 실과기 나왔습니다.
All right, so Zest's interview, you can see that he is trying to refocus some on StarCraft 2. Very emotional, almost throwing the series, I guess. But we're going to get into the award ceremony here.
That's right. This has been a great Super Tournament, man. I mean, so many plot twists in this. Sometimes we have GSL, whether it's a CODES or a Super Tournament, where it's kind of, I don't know, it's the usual results, and everybody kind of stays where they're at. This really showed the real shake-up here in Korea. So we're going to give Dark his second place award.
That's right.
That's what we do.
Without a second place player, there's no champion.
No first. Without a silver, there can be no gold. And he gets the flowers too.
That runner-up check. Get another big check to put on his wall. Or in a stack of checks behind his bookcase. Who knows?
That's right.
I haven't been in Dark's house. I don't want to assume what's on his wall.
Washing machine. There's just 40 giant checks there.
And he makes a cardboard house out of all
No
these
doubt
checks.
he has an empty pot at home that he can put those plants in, keep them alive. Yeah, pro gamers really value the plants they win at these tournaments. Make no mistake. And now we're going to give our no check. I can do this, guys. I've done this before. A check to our first place player.
Mr. Che, the creator of GSL.
Yep.
Going to be the one to give it out.
Right, Mr. Che, you got to see some amazing performance today. And you were able to witness that firsthand. So, how was it today? All the games were phenomenal. And here, having the fans here in the venue, I'm seeing the people who I used to see when I was a caster myself. And I'm really grateful to the fans for supporting GSL for such a long time. And the fans are always supporting the players who return from the military, and they're always living with the history of GSL. And I hope the players themselves perform well in the IM World Championship. And we hope to produce a better GSL in the future as well. I want to thank all the fans and the staff for producing GSL.
So, here we go. Caster Park is going to call out Dark. And again, this is a really fun Super Tournament.
Yeah,
I am looking forward to another year of StarCraft 2 with you guys.
Mr. Che has the check, and here it goes to Zest, the champion of GSL Super Tournament, #1 for 2022. We will be having another one at the end of the year, and of course, 3 GSL Code S's coming up.
That's right. More on that in a little bit here, but congratulations taking home the $10,000. But I think this was a lot more than the money for Zest. I think he's been on top of his game in years past, and a lot of people regarded him as somebody who was basically going to eventually get phased out of the tier list of best players. But he came back strong. He came back hard, and I mean he outdid everybody today, showing us that talent, that ability was always deep down inside him.
Yeah. And honestly, like his recent string of performances, you got to give him Best Protoss Award right now. You got to do it.
Sure.
You don't get a choice.
And here is the first date of GSL Season 1, GSL CODES, that is March 21st, guys. We will see you there. It's on Monday, and we'll be on every Monday and Thursday. So be sure to follow us on whatever channels you're following us on, and we look forward to seeing you guys.
That's going to be amazing as well. I mean, it's just going to be so much fun with the new format and everything. We have some players in great shape, and that is going to be it, guys.
Guys, thanks for watching. We love you. Stay safe. We'll see you in the GSL CODES coming up in a couple weeks. Bye-bye.